Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. Once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. And today, we are going to be looking at this portrait. Actually, this is a detail of a little bit of a larger portrait that Wolfe Cowan did, entitled The Visionary, from 1989. Obviously, it's a portrait of Donald Trump. At the time, Donald Trump was, I think probably in his mid 30s, late 30s, early 40s, and a prominent business person, controversial figure even back then, long before he ran for president and won back in 2016. So, I know not everyone is some of my regular viewers are not going to be interested in this episode, and some people who've never seen me before are going to tune into this episode, and that's all right. My main goal is to help people learn how to paint, and if I can find a way to get you interested in making and learning about making art, then my work here will be complete. So we'll talk all about Wolfe Cowan and the various other paintings he did. He was a celebrated portraitist who painted portraits of various different presidents. He claimed to have been the person who painted the most kings and queens throughout history. All sorts of celebrities, a very famous portrait of Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley, the only portrait that Elvis actually had in his house of himself. So let's get started here. Let's take a look at the plan for today's. I'll just show you. There's a quick little photograph of Donald. This is, I think, 2008 with the portrait. You can see the full-size portrait there in the background. So let's just talk quickly about the plan for today's episode. Now, if you're watching this after it's been recorded, right now I'm streaming it live, but after it's recorded, you can use the timestamps in the timeline below to jump to the places you want to watch. We're going to talk here about the scale of difficulty for this painting. Then the materials required. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We're going to talk again about the biography of the artist himself, as well as the subject of today's painting, Donald Trump. Then we're going to do a little bit of underpainting. The background, we'll tackle that. That'll probably take us 45 minutes. And the remaining probably 3-4 hours of the painting will take place. And then we'll do our wrap-up, our side-by-side comparison, and see how well we did. So if you've never seen me before, you can always just jump right to the very end and see how the episode turned out, and whether this is something you want to try doing yourself. Just going to make a quick little shout-out for donations. If you want to support the channel with a $5 donation via PayPal, you can do that. It'll take you to this screen where you can donate safely and securely directly to the show. And really, the money from people like yourself is what pays the internet bills, which helps replace the cameras when they burn out and all that kind of stuff. But of course, you can just support the channel by pressing a little button to subscribe and hit the like button, notification bell, so you know when future episodes are taking place. And also just a quick little shout out to join the Facebook group. There's, I think, now 1,500 people around the world who participate daily on it, uploading new artwork that they've created. And it's a great way, if you're just learning, you can join that group and get people to give you feedback on your own art. People who've been painting and drawing along with me for over 4 years now. And there's a little hint of what the Facebook group looks like. So all of those things are free, and everything we're going to do here is provided for free. So if you find any of this helpful, then consider leaving a small donation. Chase says, it's Trump time. I love that. Angel says, hi, Michael. Nice to see you. Hey, everyone. Christina says, today's episode's going to be huge. I love it. I love it. I mean, I've heard today's episode is going to be the best. I mean, that's what everyone's talking about. The best episode. So, let's look at how difficult this painting, I anticipate it being. So, here's the little scale of difficulty. Now, if you're just beginning, you've never painted before, and you've you've found some paints in your grandparents' attic and you want to get started, today's episode would be a huge challenge. But you could still try it, just you should have zero expectations. A novice painter could try this painting, but again might have some difficulty. So, you know, I suggest this is probably one of our intermediate paintings. So if you've done some of the early episodes as part of this series, you've got the same paints that we're going to be using today, you've done the color wheel, you've maybe painted a couple paintings, then I think today's painting would be a little bit more friendly to you. Because the last thing I want is for people to try doing a painting that's a little bit more ambitious and not achieve the results they want and then feel like, I can't paint, I'm never going to paint again, I'm going to throw my supplies out, this is garbage. I want to build confidence and give you courage to try doing some things, but that's why there's kind of a number of easier episodes you may want to think about starting first. Christopher says, hello, Mr. Michael. This is my first time on a live chat, and I've been blessed learning from your videos for free. Thank you so much. That is so cool. I'm so glad that we've managed to coordinate our schedules so that we can chat with one another in real time. Great to see you, Christopher. Thank you. Okay, so let's begin. Our first step would just be to briefly cover the materials required to do this painting. And you can just quickly scan this QR code. It's going to go to a Dropbox folder where all of the free outlines are. And at the very, very top of that folder, in fact, let's just take a look. It'll take you to this folder here. And if we scroll all the way, actually, sorry, for this purpose, if we just click in here, the art supply guide, you're going to see these handouts. You can print those handouts, take them with you to your local art supply store, and use them to buy various different supplies to get started. It has lists of all the different kinds of paints that we're going to see here momentarily. But maybe some first things would be just sort of the basics of getting started, like having some kind of thing to paint on, like a canvas or paper. Most of the time we don't use any of these, but sometimes they can be helpful, like a sketchbook for making a few notes. Having some supplies to clean up when the inevitable mess happens. So the method of painting we're going to be using is, or the kind of the color system, or according to color theory, is the split primary palette. And that involves using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. So that's 6, plus white gives us 7 here. And you could buy black paint, and it can be helpful, but I like to mix my own black paint. And if you've never seen anyone do that before, stick around. I'll show you how to do that. I think it's pretty cool to see black appearing when you mix a bunch of really bright colors together. So the reason why I really like using this system, and I wish I learned this when I was in art school. I went to art school for 7 years and no one mentioned this at all. Everything was way more complicated, and anytime you wanted to paint one painting, you had to go buy a whole set of colors. You go buy another, you want to paint a different painting, you got to buy another set of colors, and before you know it, you spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on different tubes of paint. And then, but you should never use these certain colors, and it was really complex. And it wasn't until I graduated with my master's degree, and then I started teaching elsewhere, and I started doing my own research into color theory and realizing there's a whole method that's existed for 150 years that works better now than it has ever worked before. So it's part of my goal is to spread the gospel of the split primary palette. And so this is useful because it really emphasizes color temperature, and that every color has a temperature. They're either warm or cool. And why that's important is warm colors will appear to advance towards you, towards the surface of the painting, while cool colors appear to recede. There are other things we can do to paint to make it advance or recede, but the one of the most useful is using warm and cool colors. right? And it's also really helpful if you're just painting something either from a photograph or another painting like we're going to do today, or you're just trying to paint what you see in front of you. Just ask yourself, how close is it to me? Is it really close? Then it's going to be warm colors. As it goes further back, more and more cool colors, and if it's in the very background, it's all cool colors. And that can make it much easier to get the colors you want to create the depth that you probably want. Even if you're making an abstract painting, abstract painters used all of these similar sort of concepts. So I'm going to use this particular brand of paint here, this Amsterdam paint, and you can find it at art supply stores all around the world. I think it's the cheapest paint. It's the highest quality paint for the least amount of money, basically. You could spend a lot more, like you could buy golden paint here, which is about twice the price for 3 times less paint. And the differences are negligible, particularly if you're just beginning. You won't notice a difference really at all. Now I'm going to breeze through a whole bunch of other paints. Again, all of this is in the handout that you can find down below. You can just, but if you don't have access to a printer and you're just standing in an art supply store looking at your phone, you can pause or take a screenshot of any of these things. Again, you can use that QR code I mentioned a little bit earlier to help you. But anyway, all of these work reasonably well. I haven't used all of them, but many of the people on our Facebook group have, and I haven't heard many complaints about any of these thus far. But there are some I do not recommend. So if you're in the art supply store and you're holding a jar of museum color, put it down! Put it down! If you've got some Peebo, if you're at Michael's Art Supply, which has a lot of Peebo, be careful! It's terrible paint. Or if you got the Mary's paint or Fevicryl, also pretty bad. I haven't used these last two myself, but seeing the results other people on the Facebook group who have had struggles, definitely cannot recommend these. So we got these 4 here, and I imagine there's probably a few more in that list. Now, I'm not sponsored, not paid. I wasn't given any free supplies by anybody, but this is my recommendation. And this is now our 351st episode, all using this particular paint. And you know, I haven't gotten any free trips or anything. I buy it just from the donations that you guys give to the channel. So thank you again for your support over the years. So let's move to our next step here, the image transfer. So as I mentioned before, you can use the Dropbox link, this QR code, scan it with your phone or enter that email address into your browser, and it will take you to this. It looks similar to this, right? So the basic getting started episodes are right up here. The color wheel, value scale are there, and then the next, I don't know, 100 or so folders. These are for simpler paintings, right? Where they're not easy. Some of them are a little bit easier than others, but this would be a good place to get started. And then the next, about 300 folders, these are ones that are more ambitious, like today's painting. And so we're here, folder 175. Some of these episodes have 5, 6, 8 subfolders in there because we've done many paintings by artists like Emily Carr, Georges O'Keeffe, Pablo Picasso, and Vincent van Gogh. In fact, we're painting Van Gogh's famous sunflowers next week. So that one, I don't know where that folder. Well, we'll figure out where Van Gogh's. It's definitely not the best organizational system, but I started doing these episodes at the very beginning of the COVID pandemic, thinking I'd be doing this for a few weeks and then back to work. And here I am 4 years later still doing it. So I didn't really think through. Things just evolved naturally. So anyway, if you click in this folder, you're going to see there's a few different versions of the original painting as well as downloadable outlines. So let's just take a look at those. So this is a cropped version of the original. This is the one, I saw a lot of this version online, and so I included this here. I just feel like the colors just seem a little bit off, and so I think this is probably a little bit closer to the original. Like if we look in the background of this photograph, yes, it does look kind of pinkish, but I don't feel quite that pink. So I did a little bit of color adjustments here. It also gives a little bit more of the maybe orangey quality to Trump's face that we don't quite see in this one here. But of course, as well, there's the outline that I did on my iPad Pro. I just traced it out using the Procreate app, and then I've put it there in the Dropbox. You can download it, and you can print it on your regular inkjet printer, laserjet printer at home, and that can help get you started. So, let's do just that. I've been I've been reading a little bit here about some of Trump's books over the past month or so, trying to get prepared for today's episode, and so we'll talk about that unless I forget. Okay, so here what we've got is a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel. Same thing. Basically, it's just a canvas that's stretched over either a wood or cardboard piece of thin piece of cardboard or wood, and then there's some gesso that's applied. Sometimes the gesso is applied before, and then it's wrapped around the surface. And then what I usually do, it usually comes wrapped in plastic. You can buy something like this from your local art supply store, but I take it out of the plastic, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of the surface. And I put it on some kind of like a little block. I've actually got dozens of them all over, scattered around here that I painted a week ago that I still haven't put away. And the gesso will just drip off the surface. That's why I keep flipping back here. You'd see this stuck to the newspaper I had on the floor, and it kind of tore off some of the paper or the canvas. There's little drip marks there. Sometimes this bows a little bit, so that's what I'm doing here, is just trying to straighten it back up again. The great thing with acrylic paint is it is very flexible, unlike oil paint, which if I did that with an oil painting that had been really fully dried, it would just instantly crack like an eggshell. Okay, so after I apply that acrylic gesso, I let it dry overnight, and then I sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper, a little block like this. And I wipe all the excess dust off. It often accumulates there. And then I'm just going to use some painter's tape. I mean, you could use any kind of tape, but you know, some tapes are going to leave a little bit of residue. One of the benefits of painter's tape is it's designed not to leave residue, so it's less likely to peel anything off the surface or to leave any kind of sticky gum there. I basically just put this right in the middle. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a piece of black carbon or graphite paper or charcoal paper. All of them are virtually identical materials. In this case, I ordered this off of Amazon. One of the few art supplies that I do buy from Amazon. Most of the time I find their supplies to be way overpriced. But you can get like 100 sheets of carbon paper for like 10 bucks. So that's one of the few good deals you can get off of Amazon for art supplies. I encourage you to shop at your local mom and pop art supply store and support them so that they can continue to exist in our communities and spread the accessibility of art supplies to our neighborhoods and our fellow citizens. Not that I have anything against Amazon, but I think they're doing pretty well. And again, they tend to be more expensive than elsewhere, so. And, you know, I think we can all agree that we want to make our local art supply store great again. Okay. One of the things, just as I'm tracing the collar of the shirt here, that is a little bit... I watched an interview with the artist, RW, as he sometimes liked to refer to himself and have people call him. He talked about how he made a specific decision not to paint Donald Trump in a suit and tie, that which was the kind of the typical outfit that Donald Trump often had himself photographed in or wore during public appearances, that he used to kind of convey that idea of a business person. Whereas here he's kind of dressed in this kind of polo sweater. Looks like he's about to go golfing or go on a yacht party or something. To give it a bit more of a casual quality. Okay, let's see how we've done. Oops, forgot this little tuft of hair there. I mean, I guess I'll put some... Okay, I think that's good enough. I am moving art studios and homes, because my studio is in my basement currently, at the end of the month. So in a few weeks I will be broadcasting from a totally different place. A bit more of a snug studio. I'm kind of looking forward to moving and setting everything up again, and cross our fingers there I can get everything to set up again nice and smoothly, because it was a challenge to get this thing going the first time around, and everything's basically been in the same position for the last 4 years, so knock on a rubber mat that will all go smoothly. So okay, our next step is to do what's called the Imprimatura. And the Imprimatura is a stain that we apply to the canvas. Now, you don't need to do this. In fact, I'd probably say 99% of other people who teach here on YouTube do not do this. But, you know, if you were to go to art school, you would definitely learn this technique, and you probably would be encouraged to use it. And since I teach at the best art school here in Canada, Emily Carr University, I'm going to suggest you use this technique. It's a technique that's been around for 600 plus years, and all of the great masters throughout history have used it in one way or another. And so here's a kind of a list of some of the reasons why you might want to do this. Oh, that's more than I thought was going to come out there. Goes to show when you've got it standing upright, that paint will come down. So lots of reasons to do this. Essentially what it's doing is it's going to stain the surface with a color. I personally like using my warm yellow right out of the tube because it's just really easy to do. And it's going to give us this kind of bright, kind of glowing quality, which I also like. I really like bright colors, so that's another reason why I would do it. Now, traditionally, artists used a kind of a reddish brown, like a brick red kind of color, and probably to mimic the look of wood, because prior to painting on canvas, artists were usually painting on wood panels. So they probably wanted to kind of keep that association, because probably a lot of their color mixing techniques were kind of based on that darker brown. I just like using this warm yellow. Again, you don't have to do this, and if you're looking for some historical precedents for people not doing this, you could look at the Impressionists. The Impressionists were really the first group of artists to kind of question the use of the Imprimatura. Some of them stopped and then started again. Some of them stopped and never did it again. But since the Impressionists were all about kind of questioning everything, they of course would have questioned this basic process. You can use pink, you could use purple, you can use fluorescent yellow, you could use whatever color you want. The main thing I like about this is it, especially for a beginner painter, what it does is instead of having, let's say you've got gaps between different colors, instead of having just the white of the canvas showing through, we have a different color there. And so it just adds a little bit of a layer of complexity to a painting that, especially if you're a beginner artist, I think you want anything you can get your hands on that's going to make your painting look a little bit better than it might otherwise do. And if something like this is what can help elevate your painting, then I think you should consider it. But just like anything I'm about to do here, take it with a grain of salt. You don't have to listen to anything I have to say. You can just tune in to the end of the episode and decide for yourself if it turned out reasonably well or not. And if you think it didn't turn out well, then you go like, clearly this idiot isn't somebody I should be listening to, and I'm going to stop listening. I'm never going to watch him again. And that's okay too. But I have used this same sort of technique for virtually all of the paintings we've done. Sometimes I've actually done two paintings side by side with different imprimaturas, different stains, just to kind of show that that's something that can be done too, and so we can compare the results. But okay, I'm gonna let this dry. I'm just gonna get a little bit of paint on the palette here. So I like to put all of the colors on my palette when I'm starting, even if I don't know whether I'm going to use them or not. You know, you could go to the end of the episode and look at my palette and determine for yourself, like, oh, he didn't even touch the cool yellow. I'm going to save myself a little bit of cash and just not use my yellow then. And that would be pretty smart. I just like having these materials available to me the moment I need them. Because goodness knows I somehow seem to run over time anyway. So unless I have to kind of pause to squeeze a little bit extra paint over, I'm sure people are grateful for that. Okay. Okay, let's move this back into its position of authority. I mean, I already love how that looks personally. I know it sounds silly, but now let's take a moment while this is drawing to talk a little bit about the biography of today's artist as well as the subject of today's painting. So let's go. Just quick again, shout out to the Facebook group here. For every episode I write, I spend like 4 or 5 hours, for whatever reason, writing these very detailed biographies that almost nobody reads, but it's part of my research process, trying to consolidate my my ideas down into something relatively cohesive, because I tend to ramble a little bit here. Okay. So today's artist, Ralph Wolfe Cowan, was born in 1931 and passed away just a few years ago at age 86 in 2018. He lived long enough to vote for Donald Trump. He voted for Donald Trump and to see him in office. We'll talk about his how he felt about Donald Trump maybe a little bit later on here. But it's just sort of interesting, I think, to see this particular painting we're working on coming full circle. So the way that I've watched a number of interviews with RW, as he liked to refer to himself. He liked to have his friends call him RW. So maybe I'll try to do that throughout today's episodes. I might use a number of different, I might call him Ralph or Cohen or RWC or WC. I don't know, we'll see. But RW, in various interviews, kind of liked to describe his story as one of kind of a rags to riches tale, as kind of a everyman story, rising from zero to hero, of beginning from humble beginnings and ascending into the highest stratospheres of society. I wasn't able to find anything that really contradicted that in any way. So he's originally born in 1931 in Phoebus, Virginia, and I did look that up where that is. Here's Phoebus there, and if we zoom out here, you can see there's Hampton and Norfolk, Virginia. And, you know, because not everyone is necessarily aware of American geography. And we scroll a little bit further out here, you see there's just kind of up the bay, there's Washington and Baltimore. Philadelphia, New York City, right over here. And then if we go down the opposite direction, you've got places like Charleston, Savannah, Jacksonville, and Orlando, Miami, along the southern eastern seaboard there. So he kind of comes, this area of the United States was kind of like basically kind of right on the line of the North and South during the American Civil War, probably a little bit even further on the southern side, I think. I think was the capital of the Confederate States Richmond, I think. I could be wrong about that. anyway, I think that is worth just sort of thinking about, that, he's kind of got a little bit of that revolutionary spirit going on, as I think a lot of Americans have. I spent 12 years of my life living down in New York and Los Angeles, and many of my greatest friends were from the United States, and I have a great love of the United States. I went to the best art school in the world. Two of them. I went to Cooper Union in New York City and Art Center in Los Angeles. And I really have very little negative things to say about Americans, which I know is for some of my Canadian friends, it sounds crazy, but I love almost everything about the United States. Obviously, just spent so much of my life down there. At one point, it was more than a third of my life was in the United States. Now, as I've been back here in Canada for a few years, that has changed. But so he served in the United States Army for a number of years in just in the post Second World War era, and really, I think, as far as I could understand, used part of what do they call that? When you serve in the military, when you're discharged honorably, you get your education paid for, and I believe he used that to study. It doesn't say here, but at the Art Students League in New York City. The Art Students League, we've talked about many times before, because many of the great American artists from the East Coast also studied there. It was where a lot of the artists who were in part of the Ashcan school, like Edward Hopper, George Bellows. Later, you had abstract expressionists like Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning. It's a pretty cool historic location. And so he took some classes while he was there, but he also sort of claimed that he was largely self-taught. And especially if you think about him kind of growing up as an artist. Again, he's born in the 30s, but he's not really, he didn't really start studying until the mid-50s. Mid-50s New York, that is like the heyday of abstract expressionism. That is Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, Robert Motherwell, mostly men, very masculine men, making masculine paintings, dripping, making big paintings without any figurative elements at all. So it is really interesting that R.W. comes of age at a time when the work that he ultimately becomes famous for is decidedly out of fashion. And so to be a portrait artist in New York City in the 50s and early 60s was kind of, you could think of it, there's two ways you could think of it. One is sort of being way out of fashion, right? Like somebody trying to, learn how to, who's going to like typewriter repair school in the 1990s. It's like, read the tea leaves here, buddy. Like, typewriters are a thing of the past. No one's ever going to use a typewriter again. So you could see it that way, as someone who's just totally out of fashion, or you could see it as kind of a little bit of a punk rock kind of thing, like, oh, everyone's doing this, I'm going to do this. And we have talked about a number of artists. Even just recently, we talked about Georgia O'Keeffe, who was working, she's the previous generation, but she was working in New York City and Texas at the same time period, and didn't kind of veer off into the same type of abstraction that was very popular during the 1950s. She did her own thing. And so we have Ralph Wolfe Cowan also doing his own thing, which, takes a lot of courage. It also, especially when he was younger, would have made it very difficult to get exhibitions and to get critical um, critical praise, probably received some, either was completely ignored by the mainstream art establishment or was probably ridiculed by them. So let me see. There is a documentary that is out there called The Last Old Master that was released, I think, about 6 years ago. I looked everywhere to try to find this film. I wasn't able to find it. I don't know where. It's not even at our school's library, which often has a lot of things. There is a sort of trailer that exists for the film online that looks pretty good. So I'd be interested to see it, and I hope it becomes more widely available. He is a pretty interesting figure, a pretty interesting character who I think deserves a little bit of a reappraisal. And again, I know for some of my colleagues, my university colleagues, they'd be like, "Are you kidding me, Michael?" But again, I have maybe a different appreciation, a little bit of a broader appreciation of what art is and can be than, let's say, the mainstream academia does. And that's part of some of my focus here. We've seen some of the paintings we've done, whether it be paintings like Coolidge's Dogs Playing Poker, or Margaret Keane's painting, Big Eye paintings, those little girls, things that have been definitely described as lowbrow kitsch, in the same way that Norman Rockwell has been generally dismissed by the art community, or Canada's Robert Bateman, same sort of thing, considered to be one of the most successful artists all time, at least financially. His paintings of wildlife, none of those paintings are in any major art collection across Canada, and yet his paintings are in the collection of the Queen, or the King of England now, I guess, right? And amongst many other wealthy art collectors. So, I have a whole bunch of links in the description below if you're wondering, if you want to try to find anything we're talking about here online. There is a website that was created, I think probably towards the very end of his life, that has, like you can see here, Meet Ralph, but he died in 2018. So, some of this I think had been created and is certainly hasn't been updated in a while. But this is his personal website, or his estate's website. And let me see. I want to get to. Let's look at some of the other artworks that he created here. He had a stroke, I think, in 2013, and obviously that made it very difficult for him to continue it made it difficult for him to continue painting, although he claims to have been able to relearn how to paint during that last 5 or so years of his life. And so this would have been one of the final paintings that he made here, this portrait of the Duchess of Cambridge. There's a painting, this one he made back in the early 90s, the Diana, Princess of Wales. And I want to put a little bookmark here, not necessarily about the subject, but the way that this painting was painted, because this is what he would describe as an oil sketch. Here's his portrait of Ronald Reagan. Oops. Oh, here's his portrait of Kennedy. I don't think this was a painting he made of that Kennedy actually sat for this portrait. I think this is a posthumous painting. He also achieved great fame and celebrity by painting royal families around the world. So here's his portrait of Imelda Marcos and the Philippine president, Fernand Marcos, and his family. Um, Again, here's another type of his oil sketches. And again, we'll come back to that in a little bit here. Here's this portrait of Gorbachev. Again, another portrait. I don't think Gorbachev sat for this or stood for this painting. Um, this is arguably one of his most famous paintings. I think we've got a color version of it later coming up here. Is this? You can see how young he is. His portrait here of Princess Grace. And so he did, this is definitely a painting he did, I guess from some photographs or whatever, that he showed her, and apparently when she saw it was, he sort of created it and then said, like, I made this painting, and showed it. He got a meeting with her, showed it to her, and according to him at least, she was totally blown away and super excited by it. And so this became really kind of his first big hit, and that opened up a lot of doors. And so just sort of something interesting for other artists out there, particularly younger artists. You know, if you're trying to make a name for yourself, you know, painting some paintings of celebrities, maybe even particularly celebrities your own age, is a good way of, you know, without asking them, you just make them, put them out in the world, maybe even offer to sell them to those people. You know, once you get a few of those happening, then they start, you know, passing your name around to some of their other friends. And I think that's the way that Cowan, or RW, was able to kind of gather more and more clients, because he talks about having this binder or a portfolio that he would take with him to various different meetings. And, you know, if you show a painting of Princess Grace, you know, it's like, wow, well, you know, it's sort of like, are you good enough to be painted by the same person who painted a painting of Princess Grace? And so it's a good salesperson kind of feature, right? Because it's like, if you turn them down, it's like, well, I'm not as good as Princess Grace. I don't deserve good things like that. So I think just from a pure business level, I think of Cowan as being very shrewd, and I think it is definitely one of the things that Donald Trump appreciated about this artist, as we'll see here going forward. So here's the royal family of Monaco. There's Princess Grace with her children and husband, family. This is another one. He did this painting of Queen Elizabeth II. And I saw this, actually, when I was looking for images to use for the thumbnail. Let's just take a quick look at this. I guess, is that as far in as I can go? Take a look at the sweater that Cowan is wearing in this picture. And let's look again at the painting he did of Donald Trump. I think that, to me, I was originally going to use this photograph, because he really liked this photograph next to this painting he did of the Queen, or the former Queen of England. So I'm not sure what that's about, why he painted Trump in maybe his own sweater. But maybe we can talk about that. If you have an idea, you let me know in the chat. There's a lot of great articles here about Cowan. This is a quite famous portrait he did of Elvis Presley. And this apparently, according to Cowan, was the only painting that Elvis had of himself, commissioned painting of himself, hanging in Graceland. I feel like I've seen pictures of Graceland where there are other pictures of Elvis. But anyway, that's what Cowan said. Let's just see. We should be able to zoom in here. One thing that's nice about this is there is a lot more detail that we can see in this image versus the painting that we're working from today. Because I couldn't find any high resolution images from here. Cowan does tell this funny story of, he said that Elvis Presley asked Cowan to make a full-sized, life-sized sculpture, a nude sculpture of Elvis, and I don't know if I can repeat. It's not essentially Cowan made some kind of joke that Elvis wouldn't be able to stand upright for as long as it would take to create this painting, and other appendages may also not be able to stay as upright throughout that process, and therefore might not be so flattering. So I think that could be, again, that's from a direct interview with Cowan. I don't know if how that actually transpired. Another interesting or quite famous portrait of a celebrity here is the portrait here on the left of Michael Jackson wearing a suit of armor with one of his monkeys here below. What was Michael Jackson's monkey called? And so, what's kind of interesting is that very strange painting. And I imagine that this type of artwork was created, Michael Jackson was, to say the very least, a quite eccentric person. And so when you're getting because I've done commissioned artwork for people before, and sometimes you get some pretty odd requests. And, I imagine Michael Jackson might have said something like, I want a picture of myself wearing the suit of armor. I want a monkey in here, and maybe a child with an angel. I want a parrot in there. I want some, these, I don't know, these look like some type of lines like cartography, and then a space shuttle taking off, and looks like it's a bunch of weird stuff. And I think Cowan was like, sure, whatever you want, Michael. If you're willing to write that check, let's make it happen. Here's another painting of Michael Jackson made by a different artist. But you can see, Michael's taste kind of run to this kind of neo-classical, pre-Raphaelite kind of style. We've looked at most of these paintings. There's another painting that he did of Elvis. I think some of these, there's a number of things we could talk about Ralph Wolfe Cowan's art, and some of the key elements that we see repeated over and over again are often they have kind of a dreamlike quality. Often these figures are kind of literally standing in clouds or against clouds, in front of clouds. And so they have this kind of heroic quality or angelic quality. It gives them the sort of timeless aspect. Obviously, the clothing and the fashion, hairstyles tend to kind of direct us towards a particular period in time, but because of often the lack of other elements, they have that. It's not like we see, too many other buildings or architecture, phones or things that might, place us in a direct period of time. So I think that's something that people liked about his work, was that this kind of mythical quality, epic quality of these kind of really intense sunsets and clouds. But also just the way that he painted the figures. He talked about how he always wanted to make, he didn't necessarily try to make people look slimmer, but one of his main goals was to make people look healthy and happy, right? Those are kind of his two main things that he always tried to convey through his work. And certainly that was one of the things that people appreciated about people who commissioned him. You know, generally, if you're going to ask somebody to paint a portrait of you, you kind of want to look good, right? You don't want usually somebody to paint you looking your worst. And often when people, you know, I can imagine people painting any of the portraits we've done throughout the years, you know, if the person looks, if there's something a little bit odd about it, not only can the subject feel a little bit off about it, but certainly the artists themselves can feel like, I feel like I did a disservice to that person. Let's see. I think this is funny here. Donald Trump wanted a free portrait of his wife Melania, says renowned old master painter who first painted the president 30 years ago. So I think that's a pretty funny story here. Some of these are some pretty good interviews with him shortly before he passed away. Here we can see, it's worth maybe zooming in on the portrait here. This portrait is believed to be in Mar-a-Lago, Trump's residence in Florida, the Southern White House, as he likes to call it. Here's a portrait of Trump's children. Oh, here's some images of Cowan while he was a paratrooper in the Army. Oh, there's his portrait of Princess Grace. I imagine this is a reproduction. I don't know where the original one is. Yeah, here's a duplicate of the painting. I don't know if he might have done this himself. I watched an interview where he talked about the painting he had made of the Pope that he presented to the Pope, and he talked about painting. It's a relatively small painting, about that big. It's a circular painting, a round painting, and he says he painted it in a couple of weeks. So that also tells you how efficient he was at his craft, that he was able to get a lot of stuff done very quickly. And which is no small feat. I'm not going to play this clip here, but those of you of a certain age, like myself, will remember The Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, hosted by Robin Leach. This was a very popular TV show during the 80s, early 90s, and there is a clip here where they talk to Wolfe Cowan. It wasn't clear to me, even in this, whether they were trying to show Cowan as a super rich person himself, or just someone who documented and painted very famous and rich people. I think there's certainly Cowan. I wanted to project the image that he himself was a rich and famous person, but I don't know if he was able to live quite as lavish of a lifestyle as many of the people he painted. So, before we talk about today's painting, I think I do want to just talk a little bit about the biography of Donald Trump himself, since we did a little bit of a dive into Kamala Harris's background before we began the portrait of her last week. And again, regardless of your feelings about Donald Trump, the fact is that he was an American president, and that is no small feat. To be able to find yourself in that position requires a numerous different character traits, of which Donald Trump possesses all of them in spades. So Donald Trump was born in 1946 in Queens, New York City. Queens is a borough in New York City on the kind of northeast of Manhattan Island. And I've watched a number of biographies talking about the Trump family and Trump's father and his grandfather. The kind of short story about the Trump family is Donald Trump, his grandfather basically made his fortune in the Klondike gold rush at the turn of the last century. So in the 1890s, early 1900s, Donald Trump's grandfather tried to strike it rich as a gold miner, panning gold, but he learned very quickly that the people who were getting rich off the gold rush were not the people panning for gold in the rivers and digging into the permafrost, which was virtually impossible, but the people who were selling supplies and services to the people on that gold rush. That's where the real money was. It wasn't gold panning, it was selling the gold pans to those gold panners. And so his father made a fortune in that, and lived at various times in and around Dawson City in the Yukon, Alaska, and Seattle. And eventually his father so then Donald Trump's grandfather, his grandfather basically passed that family wealth down through the generations to his son, which is Donald Trump's father, who was a who became a very prominent business person and real estate investor, just like Donald Trump eventually became himself. Donald Trump attended military school for a brief time, but got a deferment from the Vietnam War, which was happening during his time in college, which, obviously some people have very strong feelings about that either way. Let's just say Donald Trump wasn't the only wealthy American to get exempted from having to go to Vietnam, as has happened since the dawn of time. The rich and powerful very rarely allow their own children to go and fight on the front lines of a war. And although, again, there have been a number of American presidents who have fought in various wars, so, just to stay balanced, there's, we could go down the list there. But let's see. We can say a lot of negative things about Donald Trump, and I think the list could be very long for some people. Some people could maybe find almost nothing positive to say about Donald Trump. But one of the things that that I can appreciate with Donald Trump is his attitude towards drugs and alcohol. I think, this is one of those things I often think about with Donald Trump is, if he was able to moderate some of his comments in a way, he would be he would find himself with a lot more fans than he currently has. And I think his path to the White House would be very clear. It wouldn't be nearly as tight of a race as it currently is right now. And one of those things is, he is kind of famously abstained from alcohol and drugs, and he doesn't really make too big an issue out of it. But it is worth just sort of thinking that many of the most, recent successful political leaders as well as business people have similar sort of views on legal and illicit drugs. And a big part of that is because his own brother, I think it was his older brother, died of alcohol-related causes. And so that really kind of scared him straight. And it's funny, he just doesn't really talk about that very much, but I think that that is something that really humanizes him in a way. And I think Donald Trump perversely doesn't like sharing those very intimate details of his life. I think he likes to keep a lot of things at arm's length, and yet it's that very kind of thing that could go a long way to help creating a bit more understanding and appreciation across the aisle. There's just so many things here. Donald Trump had a long, storied business career before he became president, and there were lots of ups and lots of downs. I remember as a kid growing up in the 80s, Donald Trump was in the news quite frequently, even back then. Often it would be because of very risky business deals that he had made that some of which turned out very well and made him hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and other things that failed spectacularly. As he became more and more famous, Donald Trump would license his name, the Trump name, as a brand and put it on everything you could imagine, whether that be buildings, most famously, golf courses, but things like steaks. He had a kind of a mail order steak business which flopped. He had a university that flopped, a number of casinos that flopped, and I remember there was a kind of a famous quote. I don't know if I could find it here, but him saying, like, he was walking down the street with one of his sons, and he said he pointed at some homeless person who had like a hat on the ground with like a $5 bill in it, and Donald Trump says, "You see that guy? That guy has more money than me. He's wealthier than I am," because Donald Trump had so many businesses that flopped that at one point he was bankrupt and had to kind of rebuild. He owed hundreds of millions of dollars and had to kind of rebuild himself. And again, that is something that he doesn't really talk about as part of his story, but is one of those things that I think makes him a much more likable figure. Someone who did have a number, like, if he was able to humble himself and talk about his struggles rather than boasting always about his successes, and talk about how he's failed in various different ways, I think more people would be able to understand and empathize with him. But that's not the person he is or the person he became. Ultimately, Donald Trump parlayed his notoriety into appearances on, famously was a guest almost weekly on Howard Stern's radio program. Howard Stern, who's still very successful to this day and he's still on the radio, and he's on satellite radio and YouTube. But back in the 80s, had a very successful kind of morning radio show, and Donald Trump would be on that show all of the time. Often Donald Trump would call in under a fake name, Baron. What did he call himself? Like, it was Baron something, and would talk about how he saw Donald Trump, with so and so celebrity, and basically spread positive gossip about Donald Trump. And you can watch those videos. They're all over the internet. It's pretty funny. The guy sounds like Donald Trump, and clearly it's the same person because Donald Trump named his youngest son Barron Trump, right? So he's that's another thing with Trump too, that I think one of the reasons why people really like Donald Trump is he has no problem lying about things, and he's actually almost very transparent about it. I think he sees that as part of the game, and he is sort of unabashed about kind of breaking every rule. And I think within American society, there's always been a very strong rebel streak. Obviously, the American Revolution and then later on the Civil War are evidence of that kind of anti-government, anti-authoritarian kind of personalities, of which I understand the irony. But I think it's fascinating to me that so many people really appreciate the very thing that other people despise the most about Donald Trump. And I try to, as much as possible, hold those two viewpoints simultaneously and try to like a Venn diagram, kind of see where they overlap to try to understand, because just being on one side or the other, I think, does ourselves a great disservice, because then we just sort of make other of that other group of people, and that allows us to really see and understand their point of view, and that just leads to more division and conflict. So the path forward is by trying to understand and appreciate other people's points of view. And when I do that, it lowers my own sense of frustration and anger about almost every single issue possible. So, because, you know, if we make villains out of politicians or family members and etc. like that, then it just breeds anger and resentment, and those are things that aren't particularly healthy. Aaron says, why on earth would you want to paint this lunatic? I couldn't stand to look at his face for more than 10 seconds. Sorry. Christina says, Aaron, I understand. Michael said last week when he painted Kamala Harris that he was going to do this to be fair. I can't stand Donald Trump either. Trust me. And Chase says, we need him. Christina says, it's easier to be objective about this particular topic when you don't live here. Yes, I appreciate that from my American friends, you know. But of course, you know, at least if you're an American, you have at least the illusion of of choice about being able to choose your own president. The rest of the people around the world, however, we don't get to choose or vote for the American president, and yet that person exudes maybe more influence over the rest of the world, certainly, than our own governments. And sometimes the American president has more sway over Canadian policy than Canadian prime ministers or other Canadian politicians. So it's as much as I or anybody else might like to kind of avoid thinking about it, it's sort of like the big elephant in the room kind of thing. Chris says, I like Michael too much to go scorched earth, so that's all I'm going to say about it. Yeah, I totally understand. I know that a lot of people have very, very strong feelings, both about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who we talked about last week, and Donald Trump. And that's kind of the world that we live in right now, is a world of like deep, deep divisions. We're seeing this in Canadian politics right now, which is, you know, every year I think it can't possibly get worse. It can't get nastier than it currently is. And then I read things in the newspaper or on the television or on the internet and be like, wow, it somehow is worse. That is pretty wild. And so, yeah, eventually our Canadian elections aren't going to be probably till next fall, although there's some rumblings that there could be a snap election coming very soon, because that is one difference between the Canadian and American system. But so I'd like to kind of portray some of the Canadian politicians that might be running for office or return to office. Other little things here about Donald Trump. Donald Trump also, made a name investing in all sorts. Like I said before, he put his name on all sorts of things like stakes and Trump University and Trump Casino. I mean, as many different things as you can imagine. He also had these kind of interesting little side ventures into American football. American football has, like the NFL, there's been over the years a number of leagues that have tried to start up to compete with the NFL, and all of them flopped. There's been like the XFL and things more recently, but back in the 80s, he invested in the United States Football League, and there was actually that was back at a time where the Canadian Football League, the CFL here in Canada, was actually for a time very competitive, possibly even arguably more successful than the NFL. Obviously, things have changed, and the NFL was one of the most successful brands in all of sports. But back in the early 80s, there was the possibility that you could, if you were smart enough, you could create another football league in the United States and draw important players away from that league and potentially put the NFL out of business. And that was, that's one of the things Donald Trump tried to bring to that, to the USFL, which was that kind of brash, hostile takeover almost of American football. It turned out to be a complete flop because originally they were going to play during the summer, during the off season when the NFL, the NFL usually runs from, it just started like a couple days ago. It runs from like September to January or February. When is the Super Bowl's, I think, in February, right? And so he wanted to have that. Originally, the USFL wanted to run from like March until August, but Donald Trump, he being the competitor he was, he wanted to go head to head with the NFL, and so that's what they did, and it flopped, right? Had they gone for the summer, perhaps we would be all talking about, instead of Donald Trump being president, instead Donald Trump being the founding father of the USFL, and who knows what weird parallel universe we would be living in had that happened. Let's see. So as I said, Donald Trump became this very, very prominent figure. He was in one of the Home Alone movies. He would make all these appearances and on like the Tonight Show, and he would be, as I said, TV shows, movies. He'd be a kind of reoccurring character in various different comic books that I remember reading as a kid. But where he really kind of took off was as the host of The Apprentice and Celebrity Apprentice. And that was where he really cemented his brand as a super successful business person that was admired by other successful people. Because, kind of prior to The Apprentice, Donald Trump in many ways was seen as a bit of a joke, right? It was a person who was kind of always he was kind of never really embraced by high society, of New York City, where he was born and raised and where his family was. He's always seen as sort of like this little brat who always wanted into the exclusive club but was never really allowed in, and was sort of just seen as kind of this new money kid by the real establishment. But The Apprentice established Donald Trump as like the center of New York business. That doesn't necessarily mean he was, and it didn't mean that he was being embraced by the New York old money high society, but it gave that impression to tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people around the world. And that's a big part of Donald Trump, is less about the reality of things and the impression of that. And for Donald Trump, it didn't matter if he was in that exclusive club. It was more important that people saw him as a member of that club, and maybe not just the member of the club, but the head of the club. And so, yeah, maybe those people wouldn't let him into the club, but everybody watching that show saw him that way. I'm not going to say everybody saw him that way, but that was how a lot of people who ended up voting for Trump saw Trump. And so it really established his brand as the boss. And his famous phrase, you're fired, when he would fire various contestants on the show, other celebrities, was one of the things that he parlayed into his original presidential campaign in 2016, as this guy that was going to come into office and he is going to fire all of the incompetent fools, drain the swamp, as he said. Donald Trump has been... I don't think it's hard to argue that Donald Trump isn't one of the best... he's like a marketing figure, like from Mad Men. Very good at coining various different phrases, whether that is making up slurs for his competitors, or brands or slogans for his campaign. Make America Great Again being obviously one of the most successful. And I mean, people have written PhD theses on Make America Great Again, on how both totally devoid of and ambiguous as to what that really means, and how yet brilliantly precise it is, which is a total conundrum, and that's the one thing with Donald Trump. It's like, how do you reconcile so many contradictions? But he's managed to do it successfully. So he transformed. He sort of... Another way I think about Donald Trump is, have you heard of... I remember there was, back in the original early internet, there was somebody who did something like they traded a penny and traded that penny for, like, I don't know, a pack of bubble gum, and for a hat, and for a hockey stick, and for a sweater, and kept going until they eventually traded that for a house. Donald Trump is kind of same sort of thing. It's somebody who's kind of... It's not that he started from nothing. Obviously, he was given a $10 million inheritance from his father, that he kind of kept parlaying kind of that initial investment into this career. And you could say that at its center is based on nothing, or you could be kind of... see it another way of being kind of amazed at how someone has sort of built this empire from nothing, right? You could, again, Donald Trump, there's always two very, very different ways of looking at this. Christine says, I'm a big picture thinker to a fault, so I agree with you about looking at all sides, Michael. Not discounting your opinion or the notion of appreciating different perspectives, for sure. Chase, a bunch of oranges. Christina says, hey, I'm down to paint Trudeau. And again, if and when we come down, because who knows what if Trudeau will still be Canada's prime minister in a few years, or next year by the time of the election. That would be another figure that is incredibly divisive here in Canada. Lisa says, you're going to be using a lot of orange paint tonight. I love that. Judith says, Make America Great Again came from Reagan. Really? I did not know that. Wow, that is... I've never heard that before. Interesting. I mean, if that's true, and I mean, I'm sure, let's see. Doesn't... I mean, even if it is, I'll take your word for it there, Judith. But that, again, shows Donald Trump being able to co-opt, if, someone else's, slogan and repurpose it and reuse it for his own particular needs. Which, again, is either, a great example of just outright theft and lack of imagination, or, if you think about it in terms of, like, a postmodern era, like hip-hop music sampling and things, is a brilliant use and repurposing of something that already exists, like Andy Warhol and appropriation in art, Marcel Duchamp, etc. Okay, I think I could talk ad nauseum about Donald Trump. I did want to share a couple of other things. And I was thinking about doing, like, which portrait of Donald Trump to use for today's episode. There are a number of other artists who've made a name for themselves making paintings of Donald Trump, and I think it's just worth... let me see, I should have queued this up. There are some... let me see, maybe it's... So this artist, John McNaughton, is also... He's alive today, who's also made a number of paintings featuring Donald Trump and also ridiculing the Democratic former presidents. And some of these are just... They're amazing. Some of them are very funny. Some of them appear almost to be kind of like satire cartoons. Like, here's a guy, speaking of America Great Again, wearing the famous red hat, chained into this basement here, just waiting for Donald Trump to get reelected so he can be freed. Here you've got the all the various different presidents and founding fathers here, and Barack Obama standing here trampling on the American Constitution while this poor guy sits here out of work, destitute on a park bench, versus the companion piece here, Donald Trump stepping on a snake, surrounded by policemen and veterans, right? And here's this guy who was once out of work, who's now who's planted a seed with his family, and there's this very hopeful painting. I mean, I think that is brilliant. It's hilarious. Here's another painting, kind of similar to Washington Crossing the Delaware by... Oh, we did that painting. Anyway, here's Donald Trump crossing the swamp. Here's Joe Biden, like the king without clothes. There's Putin and Chairman Xi of China, and Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, right? All. So anyway, I think, but many of his paintings are very theatrical and satirical, and I kind of wanted to go in a little bit of a different direction here. Oh, you know what? I thought this might be, just very quickly. Okay, I gotta. I did type into ChatGPT Like, what are 10 positive things that we can say about Donald Trump? Because again, for some people, it can be very difficult to come up with some positive things about whether it be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And, you know, if we look at this, there are some interesting results here that I'm not going to go through all of these here. You know, one of the things that I think, depending on your political view, is Donald Trump has in many ways done remarkable job of reorienting the Republican platform towards some things that were just a few years ago considered sacred and completely like written in stone. And one of those, the Republican Party was often seen as like a bunch of war hawks that were always ready to go to war, and the Democrats were the peaceniks who were always opposing military interventions abroad. Well, Donald Trump was, you know, and continues to be, like, you know, America first, an isolationist president who really opposed military conflicts abroad, which was, you know, really unthinkable if we look at like past Republican presidents. I think that is something to, whether you agree with it or not, is just remarkable. The other thing, you know, being a Ukrainian of Ukrainian descent, his policy towards Russia is also kind of alarming and frightening, and also contradictory to like the last 50 years of Republican presidents and doctrine, and the fact that, like, you have these MAGA supporters that are glorifying President Putin is shocking, because when I was growing up, there was no greater slur that you could throw at, you know, a red meat Republican than being friends with Russia. So, in many ways, what Trump has done is completely invert our expectations of what the different political parties stand for. And I think, that's one reason why a lot of people appreciate Trump, is that he's sort of like this bull in the china shop who's going to destroy everything, and then from these ashes, something great can be built in its place. I don't know how wise it is to think about, you know, destroying it and then hoping that its replacement is going to be better, because wherever there tends to be a major revolution, there tends to be a lot of chaos that is left in its place. Okay, anyway, let's, I want to move forward here. Christina says, find the one where he's holding a lightsaber. There are definitely some wild paintings out there. Christopher says, I love the music you're playing. Okay, let me share that with you. Okay, so I want to just take a quick moment here, just talk specifically about today's painting, and rather than just the biographies of both of these figures, so that we can get moving into the painting itself. Just a quick mention there, since Christopher says, I like the music we're listening to. This is by one of my greatest friends, Sam Davidson. He goes by the moniker Skim Milk. This is an album artwork that I designed for his most recent album that came out, I think, last year or so. But I highly recommend listening to these albums. You can purchase them online and stream them, or you can order them and have the original. I think he still has physical copies of them you can have mailed to your house. Anyway, so today's painting is called The Visionary. It was created in 1989 by Wolfe Cowan. The subject of today's episode. And here is, the painting itself. Obviously, we're just going to be painting a detail, a cropped version of the head, or a bust, as we might call it. But this is the full-sized image. Earlier on, when I was talking about some of his work, I said kind of, let's do a little placeholder of, in fact, we can even just look at this. So, RW, as he liked to call himself, says he used to have like this kind of a binder or a book that he would present to prospective clients, and it would have a list of prices on there. And they would go from, from starting, at this most expensive to like a full family portrait. You might have 5, 6 people in there, children, grandparents, and with a very complex background. And then as you go down the list, it gets more and more simple. It might have just 2 people or 1 person with a complex background, right? Like that portrait we saw of Michael Jackson, with all sorts of cartography and curtains in behind, versus a portrait of like Elvis standing against like a sky with very simple clouds behind it. And the lowest price on that list is what he called an oil sketch. And an oil sketch would be probably, I think this is what he would have called an oil sketch here, is a painting that is often either monochrome or has a little bit of color, and often really the only main finished part is the face. So let's I wanted to see if where is... I must have clicked away from it here. Okay, let me see this. I think I'll be able to find it here now. I think. I'm just trying to find... Of course, when I want it, I can't find it. But essentially, there was another image of the Marcos family. Oh, it's gonna just drive me crazy that I can't find it right now. That was mostly appeared to kind of be unfinished. And essentially what it was the faces were done, but the rest of the bodies were just basically outlined. And so the way that the whole story with this portrait he did of Donald Trump, the visionary, is that he approached Donald Trump with the opportunity to paint a portrait of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump saw the list of prices and chose the cheapest price on the menu there, and RW went back to his studio, cranked that painting out probably in about a week, right? Because of how quickly he claims to have been able to make his work, and I don't doubt that. And then returned and presented it to Donald Trump. Donald Trump paid him the money and hung it in his house. But it was very simple. Basically, it was just the face that was finished. The background was barely elaborated. And as we go further down the body, it became looser and looser, to the point where famously the left hand, was essentially totally incomplete. So, come on. because we can't see it there. Okay, so here we are. So essentially the face was complete, and then all the rest of this was very loosely painted. And so one of the rumors that began circulating is that RW sold this painting to Donald Trump with basically everything but the hand finished, and Donald Trump didn't really think anything about it, hung it in its place. But people started to say, like, there's something kind of funny about this painting, Donald. It looks kind of unfinished. Are you ever gonna, like, what's happening there? And so eventually Donald Trump approached Cowan and said, you know, I think I'd like to get the rest of this painting finished. It looks like you didn't finish the hand. And Cowan, in this video that's linked down, or no, where is it? This one below here, he tells the whole story I'm talking about right now. It says, you know, Donald, you got the oil sketch. If you want the rest of this done, you have to pay more, because that's a more complex painting, and that's, you know, you can see the price breakdown in my book. And so Donald Trump eventually agreed to pay that sum, of which it wasn't quite clear, but I think from this interview they suggest something around maybe $20,000 to finish that. And so Cowan took it back to his studio, continued to work on it, and brought it back to Donald Trump, and he was very happy with it. I think Donald Trump also appreciated the audacity and the boldness of that business move to kind of give someone basically an unfinished painting and have them fall in love with that painting and say, hey, if you like it, if you cut me a bigger check, I'll finish it for you. And so, which also seems like a very Donald Trump kind of thing to do, right? Donald Trump, as part of, you know, he will kind of brag about how he's got these big plans, but he doesn't want to tell you what they are until he becomes president. So he's not going to, like, give everything away until people reciprocate by voting him into office. In the same sort of way that RW wasn't willing to give Trump the entire painting until Trump really ponied up the full amount. So that is probably kind of the most legendary story about that hand. I've seen other versions of it where he kind of held the painting hostage, painted everything but the hand, but anyway, this painting now hangs in what is they call the library bar in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is Trump's estate in Palm Beach, Florida. Trump calls it the Southern White House. And so it's in kind of a semi-public place. At one point it was in Trump's private office in New York, and then his private office in Mar-a-Lago, and it's now in a kind of semi-public space in Mar-a-Lago, where I don't know how people gain access to Mar-a-Lago. I think it's like a private golf club anyway. And, you know, if we look at this painting, you know, I think it's a relatively as tasteful of a painting of Donald Trump as could have been made at this time. You know, considering how audacious Trump has been over the years, like if you see images of his apartments and things, you know, he loves gold, he loves mirrors, he likes shiny things like diamonds or cubic zirconia. He likes anything that kind of conveys wealth and opulence. Whether people who really have even more money than Donald Trump would see it, those things, as being opulent, or kind of like cliched ideas of opulence is another thing. But these are things that Trump holds quite dear. So the fact that Cowan made this portrait, which is kind of not that way, like this is not like a painting of Donald Trump wearing, royal robes, standing in front of a castle, and Jesus, praying towards Donald Trump or anything. It's in a way, and I know some people would disagree, but a bit of an understated painting, right? Cowan made a very specific choice not to have Donald Trump wearing a business suit and his famous big wide power tie. Instead, he's wearing this kind of very casual kind of country club attire, this white sweater, white pants, the kind of thing you might see if someone was about to go golfing or going to go on a yacht and sail around, the harbor or something with some friends for breakfast or brunch or something. The collar's open. So this is kind of different than the public image of Trump that Trump himself was portraying. And so I think that there's something about that is is a little bit daring, as much as one might say. Like, there's always a negotiation when you paint a portrait of someone as to what you're going to, as the artist, inject into the picture, and how much of the subject's influence you're going to allow into the painting, whether that be, again, like the background or the clothing or the hair and everything. So the fact that Cowan actually made this a more casual painting, I think, is to the credit of Cowan, because maybe Donald Trump asked for something like this and posed in these particular clothes, or maybe this was Cowan's own idea of how he would interpret Trump. Other things I see here that is this: Trump's kind of standing in front of these kind of dark clouds. The sun kind of appears to be right behind Trump's head, and then we have like the sunbeams bursting through the clouds, which gives it this kind of heavenly or divine quality that that Trump kind of he's this kind of epic figure striding or straddling over the landscape that is dwarfed by his presence, and then over his shoulder, potentially even emanating from inside of his head, we see this burst of light from the clouds, dark clouds behind him. And so, and coupled with the title, The Visionary, gives it this almost, especially if we think of Trump later on in his life, this prophetic quality of him, being, there's, that he is destined for big things, and he's going to transform the world. He's going to make America great again, right? And so I think there's a number of choices in that Ralph Wolfe Cowan has made in this painting that are really, really interesting. I'm not sure how much influence he had over this composition, but I'm just going to assume that he made most of those choices himself, because I would have thought Donald Trump would have probably dressed himself a little bit differently, would have chosen to place himself in front of, let's say, the New York City skyline with skyscrapers below or around him, or in one of his opulent, mirrored, gilded rooms of his New York apartment, or Mar-a-Lago or something. So I think this is actually quite a tasteful representation of Trump. And yeah, so we're just going to be painting a detailed version of the face because just in terms of time, and so it also kind of works as a nice diptych with the Kamala Harris painting we did last week. Okay, let me find the... let's see. Let's look at these here. Who is Christina says, find the one where he's holding a lightsaber. So here we've got Trump as Darth Vader holding a lightsaber. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. But it's, you know, it's interesting that, you know, in Star Wars, the so-called good guys, the rebels, have blue lightsabers, and the bad guys, the Empire, have red lightsabers. Obviously, Trump would prefer to have a red lightsaber because the Republicans' color is red and the Democrats are blue. But it does kind of, there's a bit of, you can't help but see the irony in him wielding a red lightsaber. Okay. I appreciate it. Lee says, you're so kind and thoughtful, Michael. I think they're all cray-cray these days. I definitely think it takes a special person to run for office. Chase says, R.I.P. the actor James Earl Jones. Yes, the voice of Darth Vader. I think it's about time we make a painting today, right? After almost 2 hours of me talking away, let's start painting. So, probably the first thing that I want to do is what we call underpainting. And underpainting is a term that is very flexible. I've seen many people use this word in very, very different ways. Often people will combine things, let's say like the Imprimatura, the underpainting, and the background layers all in one step, all at once together. And however, for the way that I teach these classes and to make it as kind of easy to follow step by step and to give some consistency and continuity between these episodes, I tend to think of like underpainting as just maybe a few darker lines that we can use as placeholders so that as the painting evolves, if you know, we're less worried about losing some of the features like eyes and nostrils, lips, etc. So let's just take a quick look at the original again here. And then I'll bring it side by side here. So what I want to do is I'm going to mix a dark color that I can use to maybe paint some of the eyelids, eyes, nose, maybe even a bit of the jawline. And I'm usually just mix a black, and I think that's just what I'm going to do today as well, just because, you know, I could sit here and think for a while, maybe we should do a light brown, but let's just make a black. So to make a black, what we're taking here is our cool yellow and cool blue, and maybe let's just mix this up first, and we'll see that we're going to get this bright green here, this bright cool green. It's about the most saturated kind of green we can make. And I love this color, but it's also, you know, very unnatural of a color. You'd very rarely see that color in nature anyway. And what we're going to do next is we're going to mix it with what's called its complementary color. And so what we've done is just mixed this green here. And we're going to mix it with warm red. Right? If we mix it with the cool red, we're more likely to get a cool brown. And we did this all in our very first introductory episode. So we're going to take instead our warm red and take a big dollop of that. Notice I'm not using any measuring cups or scales or anything. I'm just eyeballing this. If we get the ratios exactly correct, we're going to get a black. Currently, this looks more like a brown. And that tells me if, well, this actually looks like a brownish purple. So it tells me that to make a black, we use those opposing colors and they cancel each other out when they cross right through the center of the painting. This color, though, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks kind of like a brown. It kind of looks like a purple. I can't tell if it's like right there or right there, but it's definitely not in the middle, and it's certainly not a green. So I think it's because I might have added a bit too much. I already did add definitely too much red, and so it has, instead of sitting in the middle, it's sitting on the outside edge here somewhere. So I'm going to start by adding more yellow into the mixture and see if that is what does it. And that looks like it's becoming more and more brown. So what that tells me is that the color was already up here, and it's now just becoming more brown. I need to pull that this way by adding more cool blue. And I think I just added too much, but that's okay. I think that's pretty close. It's a little bit too far on the blue side. And so what I would do is just, well, actually, yeah, it's still a little bit, it's maybe 5% too much blue in there, but if we really want to test this, what we would do is mix a bit of white into the color. So we can even just do that right here. And actually, that looks pretty good. It's pretty neutral. It's more neutral than I thought it would be, actually. It's very hard to, when you look at a dark color, to determine what that color actually is. That's why mixing a bit of white into it very quickly lightens it up and allows us to see what it truly is. Now obviously you could just squeeze some black out of a tube and use that. I personally, though, prefer to mix my own black because, first of all, it keeps that skill in front of mind, so I can remember how to do it. But also, I tend to prefer having a black that is not solid black. I often will say, I think of black as like a fire extinguisher. Only use in case of emergency, because black always leaps forward. It sits right on the surface. If we think of a painting like a window, black is like a bug on the window and everything else is behind it. And so I always kind of reserve black only in case I really need it. In case I finish a painting and the black that I've made needs to get even darker to pull something even closer towards the foreground. Now, when we look at these paintings side by side, you'll notice, like, I had to make some pretty, this picture's pretty blurry, right? So I had to make some hard calls as to where some of these facial features actually go. Where where do you draw the line, essentially? And if we had 50 people here working on who trace this exact same image 50 different times, I think we would get 50 very different images. So I mean, I feel it's possible like my eyes might be a little bit too small. And also, his eyes are kind of looking more towards us, whereas these eyes are looking maybe a little bit to the right. I can always fix that relatively easily later on, but it's just worth noting that. So I'm not going to do too much more of this because I think I'll be able to find most of these details with relative ease, but it doesn't hurt to do this now, especially if you're a beginner painter. Some of this might be a total lifesaver. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for right now. Chase says, I'm going to paint this painting when I get the right things. I'm going to paint the downfall of Nazi Germany next year for the 80th anniversary. My goodness, is it 80 years since the end of World War II? Man, I'm getting old. I'm getting old. My goodness, time flies, hey? Okay. I think that's good enough. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this, and then we'll move on. Now let's take a little bit of time here to do the background of today's painting. And the background, this is another reason why we're just doing the face as opposed to the entire body, because the background in the original is quite complex with that epic sky that's going on back there. So this one is going to be a little bit, obviously we don't have all of these swirling clouds that we see there. You know what I'm going to do? I'll add this into the Dropbox. I should have put the whole thing in there, but I'm just trying to decide, do I want to have any of that radiating beams of light here, or do I just want to keep it simple? I think I might go for a little bit of light kind of beaming out. I just don't want it to appear like the beams are coming from his mouth or something. So that's kind of tricky just because there's not a lot of room here. Because you've got that yellow. Let me just show you. Like we've got areas of kind of yellow here, and then it kind of gets kind of pink and peachy there. Versus here we've got, if I was to have that light coming from the clouds, I'd have to change it. I'd have to have this be kind of dark next to the face, beam coming through. And you can see quite cleverly Cowan has kept most of the light right around the face relatively light so that the face can be a little bit darker, pop forward. So if I put any kind of thing here, yeah, you know what, I think I'm just going to ignore that, because otherwise that would be maybe a little bit too complex. Okay, so the next question is, which color do I want to use? You can see, look at how different all of these paintings are color-wise. That is really red. Okay, I think I'm just going to go for, what do you say, like a peach color? Much. Okay. So I'm gonna take that here. Cool red. That gives me an orange. Obviously I don't want, oh, I don't think I want orange. I want it to be more peachy. So I'm gonna put some white in there. Now that's maybe a bit too peachy, so let's put a lot more red in there. Kind of like that. kind of like this pink color. Is that too... Because he's got kind of pink there. That's a little bit... Yeah, I think it's going to be somewhere in this vicinity. So, actually, let's put these side by side again. So here I'm just doing some dry brushing. I think we've talked about this a number of times, but basically I'm just taking my brush that is almost dry and kind of just gently brushing it over. Now the more I press down, the darker it gets. Okay, so let's blow dry that. I'm going to do another layer. Why did I not just let that sit there? Let's see. Let's put some. I'm gonna put a bit of matte medium in here. Whoa! Bunch squeezed out unexpectedly. This is gonna. So I'm just using matte medium, which is clear paint, and it's going to allow me to just kind of fine-tune this a little bit. I want to go darker. That's my question to myself. I want to make... You know, I'm going to blow dry this, and I think I'm just going to go with a little bit more cool red. Oh, there's Barbara in the chat. Orange face on an orange background. Okay, yeah, let's take some more cool red and my matte medium. Wonder if this might be a bit too much. It's pretty intense. Maybe I'm just gonna blend it a little bit into the previous color so it's not so wild. And where should we do this? Let's zoom back out. Another brush just to blend it a bit. Okay. There is some of that purple. Do I want to go to the next level here? Let's blow dry this. Should be using glazing fluid for this, I think. Mistake to try to use matte medium just because it's drying so quickly. So let's blow dry that, and then we'll just use some matte or glazing fluid. Okay, so I'm going to add glazing fluid to this color. That's going to give a chemical that slows the drying time down. It's just going to give me an opportunity to do a little bit more blending. So it turns out trying to glaze while you're blow drying, not so smart, because it's wet and hot, or it's hot, and so the paint, it dries faster than it would normally dry if it wasn't being hit with hot air, or hot air is blowing around in the vicinity. So just another good little thing for me to learn or remember as I go, and especially when I get a little impatient. Now, I'm not sure, I think I'm not super happy with how patchy it looks there, but instead of just focusing on that, I want to go the other way with my white, or my yellow and white, and kind of build up some highlights. So I'm literally painting over the edge of Trump's face there. So this dried a little bit faster than I wanted it to up here. It's okay. I should blow dry this, because if I keep going, I'm going to regret it. Because if it's wet and I try to blend wet, semi-wet, semi-dried painting is going to make me regret it. Now, technically, this is just sort of like, it's not, I'm kind of almost making this look more like a bit of a halo than it actually was originally. It was just sort of like a highlight on the top of his hair. And that's what I intended to do when I started this. But it's kind of taken on a bit of different quality. I love all of these comments in here talking about speaking different languages. And Christina says, I speak a little Valerian and Dothraki. Which I think it's very funny. Nikki says, hey, teacher, don't forget to put his makeup orangish, okay? Just kidding. Awesome. This is going to be great. I appreciate it. Chase says, you should do a South Park painting one day. And yeah, that's a great idea, Chase. Barbara says, Michael, did the peel off paint error on the George O'Keeffe painting leave a noticeable ridge? Do you notice it now? Not really. I mean, it's visible. I mean, obviously, I know it's there because I painted it, right? So, but it's not like I have a lot of people coming through the house. But I think if you didn't know it was there, it would be negligible at the most. I think you'd have to really scrutinize it in order to see that. So which is a consolation for sure, because when it happened, that was alarming, disappointing, whatever adjectives you want to use, upsetting. Okay, I gotta blow dry that. But that is a good reminder that even when you've got some kind of catastrophic mistake in your painting, that if you just sort of take a deep breath, it's surprising like how much it might just eventually completely disappear. So Okay. There you go. So I just dropped my painting in the middle of the painting. I'm just going to put a bit of my warm yellow back over top because I was a little aggressive the way that I wiped that paint off, and wiped a bit off right in the middle of the face. So I'm going to blow dry all of this, and I kind of want to fix that because that could resurface later on. Okay, I think I kind of salvaged that. And I'm just questioning, do I want to go back into the pinks and stuff? Let me think. Yeah, let's take glazing fluid. So I'm kind of going back over these corners where I was not happy with what I was doing. This will just kind of helps kind of clean up some of the stuff I was doing with the yellow, and a little bit of back and forth is always a little bit nice there. Barber says, I repositioned the clouds in my attempt at the White Pine by A.J. Kaysen, and I noticed that the ridges in the sky It drives me mad. Totally, yes. I would say probably, if anything, the thing that I find most frustrating or upsetting when I'm working on a painting is just that, like the texture showing through at different levels. Like, I feel like I'm pretty open to a lot of other kinds of quote-unquote happy accidents there, as Christina said. But it's unwanted texture that I find hardest to forgive myself over. Ooh, I'm not sure I'm liking... Speaking of, often that texture is because we're overworking things, and feel like I'm kind of doing a bit of that right here. See, that's just so dark under there. See, what's happened is I've put many layers of this paint on, and while it was originally kind of thin and very bright and colorful, it's become kind of dark and very, very opaque. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm going to try putting some cool red. Blending brushes. Too much dried paint on there. Christine says Donald Trump would love the halo effect. Totally. 100%. Let's blow dry this. I like this story. Christine says, my sister is a realtor and she asked me to do a house portrait in watercolor for a client. I hated the first try so much that I did 3 more versions, and yet she chose the first one. Debilitating perfectionism is real. You know, yeah, Christine says, of course, we're usually our own harshest critics, aren't we? And talking about happy accidents and everything, Barbara says yes, of course, and nobody else sees that mistake except me. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've had similar things where there's something I've despised about my own artwork, and yet, perversely enough, it's the thing that other people like the most about something I've done. And I think I'm going to take some of my cool yellow and glazing fluid. I'm going to try putting a little bit of yellow right on the fringes here. I don't know if this is going to work. But I feel like I need to... That's kind of nice. Okay, I feel like that's bringing a bit of life back into actually some of those pinks. Gives it a bit more of a fiery quality too. I like that. I think Trump would like that too. And you know, well, what would happen if we did a bit, turn this bit more orange? Not sure that works there. Like, how to describe? I'm not sure. It looks, I think, okay on camera, but for me, what this looks up here, it's almost like I've put on. It's like there's too much makeup or something, right? It's like caked on, and light is not penetrating down through those layers, so it just feels really dense. How would I salvage that? I mean, obviously I could just paint white right back up there, but I don't know if I want to do a big U-turn there. That might have to be something I tackle later on. It's also possible that as I work on it, that problem just disappears. And, you know, 2 hours later, I'll look at it and be like, I'm glad I didn't spend any more time on there because that actually looks perfect. I think it's unlikely that that's going to happen in this particular scenario. Having said that, it has happened dozens and dozens and dozens of times over the course of my career. So I think probably the best thing to do is to move on for a little bit here, start getting some other things in place, and you never know. Weird things happen when you're working on a painting. Barbara says, Christina, I hope you're able to use the other paintings elsewhere. It's sad that so many people have no pictures on their walls or homes. Yeah. I mean, I've done a number of commissions for people who have declined to buy the painting. You know, they ordered a painting, I did the painting, and they decided they weren't happy with it. That's why I always ask for a deposit. But even then, people are like, I don't know, I'm not really happy. And I've always said, like, you know what? If you don't want it, I certainly don't want anybody to be unhappy. I like the painting as it is, and I'm not really going to change it. I'm happy doing another one if you like. But often the paintings, those paintings that somebody has rejected, I've always ended up selling them to other people. So just because somebody doesn't want it doesn't mean nobody will want it. Yeah. I know that that's gonna bug me for the rest of this painting, but let's just move forward for now. So we spent a lot of time talking about this painting and then working on the background. So let's now actually focus on the face, hair, and clothes of our main subject today, Donald Trump. So let's think about where we want to begin here. It's actually kind of an interesting painting because it appears to be kind of lit from behind, right? And so that makes part of the face darker. In fact, the part's kind of closest to us, this cheek, is kind of dark, right? Because we've got the light kind of on the cheek is illuminating from the side. I mean, actually, a lot of the lighting is kind of strange. Like this dark shadow is from above. We got, so, well, yeah, there's some odd lighting, to say the least, going on here. But anyway, what should we do first? I think we should probably get the skin tone in. And I know everyone's been talking about orange. We're going to get to the orange, but let's start out with a so-called generic Caucasian skin tone here. And that's going to be, oops, let's bring this down here. Let's take our warm yellow, some warm red, make an orange. We'll take some white. Let's make a bigger batch of this here. And then we'll put in a little bit of warm blue as well. So that gives it a bit of a brownish quality. Now I am contemplating going a little bit darker. So you can see that looks, at least on my camera, that looks very orange. It's not nearly as orange in person. I kind of want this to be a bit lighter. For a bit more of a peachy quality here. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to put in a healthy dose of glazing fluid here to make it a little bit more transparent. That way I can still see my pencil lines underneath here. And let's just liberally spread this across the face. So I'm kind of painting it over the black outlines along the sides of the face. probably not do too much more touching on here. I just keep looking and I see these weird streaks and highlights, and then I'm like, is that really there, or is that just a weird quirk? Okay, and that's why I also did a little bit of lines with my paintbrush, so now I obviously can still see all those facial features under him. Yeah, I'm pretty confident those lines are not going to be a problem. I'm just going to consolidate this paint in case I do, like, darn it. I should have blow dried that before I started fiddling. Something looks like flaked off the painting onto the wet paint. Now usually what I would do here would be to continue working on this face, but there's actually quite a lot of paint on there, and I'm a little bit concerned that it needs to dry. I don't know why I put so much paint on there all in one coat. It's better to do thinner coats, blow dry it, than it is to try to do it all in one big thick coat. Just like if you're painting the walls of your house, better to do multiple coats than try to get it all done all at once, because then you're going to see some generally kind of texture build up. So I think while that's taking place, I'm going to mix the brown for the hair. So I'm going to take my warm red and warm blue. I'm going to mix that together to get a dark kind of crimson, maybe a little bit more blue. And let's take a bit of yellow. Now that's a pretty dark brown. So Let's remix that again. Yeah, that's closer to his hair color right here. Another reason why I'm kind of doing some of the hair right now is that there's so much yellow on this canvas, all this, and it's just gonna make it hard for me to mix all these skin tones. And also what can happen is, you know, if you wait until the very, very end to paint someone's hair, you might be sitting there thinking the whole time, something is totally wrong here. It doesn't look like the person I'm trying to paint. What am I doing? I keep getting, maybe the eyes are too close together, something like that. And especially when it comes to somebody like Donald Trump, whose hair is arguably one of this, or I don't even think arguably, is the most iconic part of his entire face. If we wait till the very end to do it, we might be sitting here the entire time perplexed as to why it doesn't look like him. Well, until we see a picture of Donald Trump as a bald man, it's always going to look oddly unfamiliar. So trying to get a little bit of that hair in there sooner, I think, is going to be very helpful. Okay. So obviously it's going to be darker and lighter and, you know, different browns in there. But I think that's a good start for now. Oh my goodness, so many comments. Barbara says, I find I'll come back to a half-finished painting that I hated at the time. I think it's pretty good. I forget why I didn't like it. Yes, I agree 100%. Christine says, Barbara, I ended up taking pics of them and just letting her give the others to her clients as well. Interesting to go back and work on some of the older paintings when you're just getting started and learning. That'd be great. I mean, I would suggest, though, just starting those paintings over. Because going back and working on older paintings, and I mean, it's not like that wouldn't be of any value whatsoever, but it could be kind of frustrating trying to, as opposed to just starting with a fresh canvas or painting over that canvas, taking some pictures of it, I think is a good idea. I'm going to go and do the shirt next. That's maybe a bit too much. So I'm mixing a gray here. My glazing fluid really quickly. So I'm using gray as opposed to white. Just because I want to find a kind of a neutral color. Something about this painting with the way that this is colored right now just sort of feels like a Star Trek or something, like an 80s William Shatner. You know, what was that one where they go back to San Francisco? Was that Star Trek 4? They go back in time and something like the Voyage Home or something that's called. That's one of my favorite. Barbara says, thanks, Michael, for brightening up our lives with a blast of orange. Christina says, night, Barbara. Hoping to start visiting the Facebook group, so I might see you there. Barbara, yeah, it's a great community, very supportive and friendly. I recommend it to people all the time. Christina says, this looks like Ryan Gosling as Ken right now. Totally, yeah. Well, definitely, you know, that's so funny you mentioned that. Yeah, there's an aspect of Ken, at least the 80s Ken, and probably the Ken that the Ryan Gosling character's modeled off, does kind of remind me of this Trump kind of era, of that 80s, you know, Miami Vice, walking around in boat shoes, you know, those dockers. Yeah, very funny. Okay. So even just that, you know, as I said, I do actually feel that this is start up there is actually kind of getting a little bit better. It's not, because I think there's something about that yellow contrast everywhere that was like, ah, that looks terrible. It's kind of softening up a little bit. We'll see. I still think it's going to be hard for me to not do something there later on. But even at this moment, I don't even really know what that I would do up there. So it's probably best not touch it. Christine says, it's really helpful watching you do this in real time as you work out the problems. Thank you, Christina. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I have found, you know, about when I've watched other videos that are, I mean, ultimately I'm going to edit these all down into like 5-10 minute long episodes. But most of the other videos I've seen people do are like 5-10 minutes, and everything just sort of looks like it turned out perfect from beginning to end, and there was no difficulties or struggles along the way. And my own experience as an artist knows that no painting ever works out that nice and neatly. There's always all sorts of twists and turns, and so that's something I hear from a lot of people, that like, oh, it's kind of nice seeing someone kind of fall off the cliff and sort of try to pull themselves back from the brink. Okay, I think I'm going to quickly blow dry this. Chase says, this is awesome looking, bro. Thanks, my friend. Still a little bit of a ways to go here, but we're getting there. One little step at a time. Next step is, let's really dive down into the details of the face now and start giving it some volume. Right now it's pretty flat. We've just put a generic skin color in place, and we're going to want to lighten and we're going to want to darken, and obviously put in the features, outline the eyes and all that kind of stuff. So let's go back here. Let's actually, maybe let's bring them up side by side just so we can see what we need. Where should we start here? So, depends. Sometimes I like doing the highlights first and then going into some of the darker areas. But one thing about doing that is I think if you're a beginner painter, that's harder to do, because it's sort of like you're having to think in the negative. Versus it's easier to I think work from the shadows and darken the shadows and then put highlights in first. So often when I'm painting on my own, because I've got a couple decades of experience behind me, I often will start with the highlights. I don't know why, but I think for our purpose, let's start with some darker hues. So we've previously let me see. Let's keep this up here like that. So this is the color we used for the face, right? And we're going to use this same color, but we want to darken it down to get into some of the darker areas of the face here. And you know what? I'm going to start moving down to some smaller brushes. So previously I was using these bigger brushes. I'm going to start moving down the size. And I know I have some brushes in between these two sizes, but where on earth did they go? What size is this? That's 1/2 inch. Quarter inch. So I need like a 1/3 inch. Okay, anyway. So let's take this. And you know, I mixed this brown from earlier. Most of it is dried, it's pretty thin layer. So let's just, I'm going to kind of mix it again. I'm going to add some blue, some warm blue and warm red. It's going to give me a little bit of quite of a purpley quality. I'm not sure we want it to be that purple, so I'm just going to take, if I got any more yellow there, that just makes it a little less purple and a little bit more brown, to the point where I think I want to do a bit more of that. Put a good heap of glazing fluid here so we can blend this out. Okay, so here's the real fun. So let's... Oh, that's a little bit too thin here. Let's get a bit more of that paint in there. And then let's get some blending brushes ready to go. Okay, so it's a little bit not as opaque as I would have liked. That's okay. We're going to build up some layers here. Stupid. This is not. This is kind of semi-wet, Michael, and you're starting to. That's. Should have just left that alone. So right now, this is very, very subtle, right? Almost a little bit too subtle. I mean, obviously we're going to get darker, but especially if you're just beginning, doing this kind of thing where you're just barely modifying the colors is probably a pretty good idea, because you can go very slow, you can be very cautious, and you can just build up these shadow shapes very carefully. I think it still needs to dry. Okay. Christy says, Chase, are you going to watch the debate? Are you going to watch the debate tomorrow night? Chase, yes. And Christy says, Harris is going to make orange juice out of him with pulp. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's one thing. You know, Trump is such a wild card. How on earth would you prepare for a debate with somebody like that? Like, I mean, and you know, that's part of Trump's brand. I mean, that's how he sort of talks about how he can deal with world leaders, is they don't really know what he's thinking or what he's going to do, because nobody does. And that can be very powerful. I'll give him credit for that. It also, as a voter, can be a little bit scary when you really have no idea. You know, is this guy going to start a world war, or is he going to make a really good deal? Or so. You know, like what I hope people who love Trump would understand about people who aren't as big of fans of Trump would be an appreciation of kind of how it could be kind of, you know, when you Trump's behavior. it's got to be hard. I don't know. You can't really argue that Trump's behavior is not, at times, very erratic, right? And um, and if anyone, if you've ever had anyone in your life who behaves erratically, maybe they have, substance abuse problem or something. Not that, again, Trump doesn't have one, which is, I think, big to his credit. But that can be really unnerving and scary for people. To be around someone whose behavior can be really unpredictable, and frankly can be kind of traumatizing for some people who've grown up with, let's say, a parent who's who can be very unstable. And I'm sure, Trump would find that really offensive for me to say that, to compare him to an abusive parent or something. And I'm not trying to say that, but, that's part of his brand, is his unpredictable nature and kind of chaotic kind of qualities. And that's some of the things people just love about him. But I would say, if you're a really big Trump fan, just imagine how unnerving that would be if you had a Democratic nominee who was really erratic like that. Right? I mean, as much as people who love Donald Trump might hate someone like Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, I don't think erratic is a quality you would ascribe to those people. I mean, Donald Trump himself says that they're sleepy or boring, right? And so, if you put yourself in the opposite place, imagine if Republicans were dealing with a Democrat who was similarly unpredictable. I think the amount of hate and anger some people have towards Democrats would be escalated to almost a violent level, because it would make some people feel so anxious that they would want to take matters into their own hands. I mean, when I was living in the United States, I was there at the very, very end of the Clinton era, and then through the entire Bush era, and at the very beginning of the Obama era. And so, and I remember how divisive those times were. And for all the faults George Bush had, And every human being has faults. I don't think there's. I'm not throwing shade at anybody, but for all the shade, George Bush was, pretty straightforward, right? He might have made a number of major gaffes on interviews and speeches that have been ridiculed ad nauseum. But yeah, pretty much most other politicians, as Trump would himself say, have been pretty boring, right? They're, you pretty much know exactly what's going to come out of their mouth. You can just sort of look at the party playbook, and you know that they're going to say basically what's exactly outlined there. And so Trump being an entertainer, and I don't think Trump is very entertaining, right? He can be entertaining in a negative way, like a horror movie for some people, but he's very compelling to watch. Because, really trying to figure out what his policy positions on a lot of things are is kind of tricky. And I think that's one of the things that early on other Republicans would, like, what does he actually really stand for? Nobody really knows. And especially when he would start to go against the party orthodoxy. I mean, it just drove his colleagues in the Republican Party just completely bonkers. So you can see I can just keep on doing this, just very, very slowly, building up these layers. I think I'm going to, though, kick it into a little bit more overdrive here and go into some darker values here in a moment. Maybe even a slightly different, maybe even a greenish brown, perhaps, in a few different places. Christina says the Gore Bush debacle was a fairy tale compared to this mess. Yeah, I mean, totally. It's, but as much as, the people talk about Trump's authoritarian tendencies, which are, disturbing. So comments he makes about no one ever, this might be the last election, and we'll never have to vote again. I get that. That is bizarre. But I actually find the fact that the United States didn't collapse after the last time Trump was in office is very encouraging. It shows the strength of the American system to be able to absorb like a iconoclast like Trump, and that everything doesn't fall apart. And it's not that we can take it for granted that it's totally resistant to any kind of influence, but I do think that resiliency makes me quite hopeful. It makes me. It also, another thing it does make me think about is how relatively weak the office of the president actually is. That it's not like a king or a dictator, that the president, yes, has absolute real powers and can set policy, can veto things, and in certain instances push certain laws through. But the fact that Trump wasn't able to do everything he wanted to do, just like Obama wasn't able to do everything he wanted to do, and Biden and Clinton and Reagan and everybody going back in time, is actually, I think, a testament to the quality of the American government and the American system. And the same, like, I think a good thing, as much as it might frustrate people, the fact that democracies evolve very slowly and occasionally a little something kind of happens in one direction is a good thing. That, because I don't think we want to live in a world where, or in a, I mean, because there are examples of countries that, somebody makes a decision on get out of bed on Monday morning. It's like, okay, boom, this is a new law and everyone's going to follow it. Anybody who doesn't agree with it goes to jail. That's like really scary, regardless of what side you're on. So the fact that, Trump might have some ideas or Biden might have some ideas, and it kind of goes into gridlock and it has to be kind of, ground away, and maybe some of the big points get kind of shaved off until it kind of becomes this watered down public policy. That's definitely frustrating, but it's better than someone making a decision and it being implemented very quickly, and you just have to hope you're on the right, that your guy or girl is in office when, and they're doing things that you agree with, because that is very scary. That's what we see happening in Russia right now, as an example, or China, North Korea, where they don't really face any opposition. So, Sparsh says, love from India. Hello, my friend. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's awesome. What time is it in India right now? It's got to be, well, I guess it could be, you're on the other side of the planet, so maybe the sun is just rising right now. That's really cool. I love it when friends in our community tune in on the other, that just blows my mind. And people can be watching from not just across the street or upstairs, but from on the other side of the world in real time. Christina says, yes, our checks and balances are comforting. We don't want him to be able to dismantle those. Totally. Yeah. And, I think the fact that there's, quite a lot of people who I'm not at all fearful. In fact, I'll say, like, I remember the day I had to teach at university, at the art college I teach at here in Vancouver. I had to, the day after Trump got elected in 2016, I remember I had to go to school and teach that next day. And, it's an art school. Art schools are extremely liberal, almost to a fault. Right? And I remember going into a classroom and students were crying the next day. People looked like someone had just died, and it was pretty somber atmosphere. But I remember kind of going in and just being like, I acknowledged how everybody felt, but it was like, you know what? This is, if there's a silver lining to any of this, this has a potential to be really, really exciting for artists and writers and poets and filmmakers. And I made the analogy to, like, what happened in the 1960s. Like, think of all the great music and art that came out. And the 1960s were also a time when there was lots of political strife and discord and protests everywhere, Vietnam War, but think about all the great music that was happening in the 60s. There was the rise of kind of maybe kind of a revolutionary spirit, and people kind of pushed back in that way. And many people see that as maybe one of the greatest times in at least American pop culture of all time. And so I was thinking, like, yeah, I totally get that some people are very upset, but this could mean really exciting times, especially if you're a younger artist. When you're like 20 years old, it might really motivate people to really want to make some changes or something, right? And so, anyway, and same sort of thing. Like I would say the same sort of thing about, you know, conservatives. Like when Obama was elected, you know, some people were really excited about that. Some people were really unhappy with that. And I think we saw like a growth of conservative art, conservative music, in a way that kind of really hadn't existed. And I think that's also positive. You know, I think it's good for people on all sides of the spectrum to have creative outlets and to see people who are who might agree with them politically to be out there making music and trying to find a way of sort of dealing with the situation that they happen to be in. So anyway, I'm a bit of an optimist, eternal optimist, much to the chagrin of other people that I know. And but anyway, let's get a little bit darker. Let's take more blue, more red, more yellow. In fact, I'm going to take a bit more yellow, a bit more red, and make a brown that is kind of leaning towards green. There we go. And I want to show you this in the original. I don't know how well that's coming across on camera. It might look still quite reddish brown, but this has got a little bit of a greenish quality to it. And we often, you know, green is a color we see in skin, and especially the face, because the skin on our face is generally quite thin and quite transparent. And underneath our skin, we have all these blood vessels. And blood vessels are often, you know, they're pumping blood that's oxygenated and blood so that's coming from the heart, but also blood that is on its way back to the heart that is a little bit more blue or green. Or it's bluish, but because our skin has a bit more of a kind of yellowish brown quality, it appears a little bit more greenish. Okay, I'm not sure how. I could push that more, but maybe we'll see how this works so far here. Let's start. Okay, that's pretty dark. Okay, starting to get there. Christina says Trump's people are constantly looking for loopholes. That's true, but let's not deceive ourselves that Democrats aren't also looking for loopholes all the time, right? I mean, it's as much as I really liked Bill Clinton, and I actually really liked Hillary Clinton a lot. I still think she's great. I think she would have made a great president. I know that's not popular for some people to say, well, I'm making a painting about Donald Trump. But one of the things that that Trump really focused on is there was some shady stuff going on behind the scenes during the Trump or during the Clintons' kind of rise to power, both Hillary and Bill. And politics is really dirty, and that's one of the things I think I mentioned before, that I was the president of the faculty association at my university, and seeing how the sausage was made behind the scenes was very disturbing. Like, it was kind of upsetting, seeing how the politics of the school ran, and how if you really want to get stuff done, you really got to kiss certain butts. And that was clearly not dry there. And that there's a lot of people involved who are purely involved out of their own self-interest. And if you go into it thinking, I want to do something kind of positive, and let's also be honest, like, I was in it for my own self-interest. I thought, if I get really involved in the school, and that's going to help me get future employment long term, and so everyone kind of had their own little angle they were going after. But it's a bit of a dirty business. And that can be kind of hard to square, for sure. If you come at politics kind of naively, like, hey, let's everybody get along. Better be prepared for some. That's the way I was. I came in pretty naive, not realizing this was like getting into a cage match with a bunch of bears. Uh, Christine says, nothing wrong with optimism. What a dismal existence it would be without it. Nikki says, yes, teacher, but you know that you are special. You have people coming from all over the world to watch you and admire you. You're the best for sure, 100%. Oh my goodness, Nikki. That's too sweet. Be careful about saying things like that, or I'm going to start, it's going to go right to my head and I'm going to start believing it. That's very, very kind. I appreciate it. Ah. Okay. Big time problem here. I think that's better. So I was somehow just rubbing paint off here. I guess I must have had a little bit of paint that had yet to dry underneath there. And I just was applying paint, and when I tried to blend it out, it just smeared. So I gotta blow dry this again. Let's try that again. Another thing that's kind of remarkable about Trump is the fact that he's been able to do so much without really the approval of the like. Just think about how you probably heard about how Dick Cheney is planning on voting with for Kamala Harris, right? Like Dick Cheney was like one of the most powerful Republicans of his time, and there's rumors that George Bush might support. I mean, that's just bonkers. And that even with those pronouncements out there, Trump could still has a path to winning. That's just wild. And if you're a certain age and you remember how, politics just 15 or so years ago was, you told someone that there was even a chance that the former Republican, that George Bush would consider voting for a Democrat for president, or Dick Cheney would, he was like, are you insane? That will never, ever, ever happen. But of course, that also plays directly into the hands of Donald Trump, who wants to be seen as kind of an outsider who because people are like, see, this is proof that our political institutions are really just, you know, the Democrats and Republicans are just the same, and there's just an illusion that they're different. And I gotta get a new hair dryer. That one's getting kind of sticky. Okay, so something that's been kind of driving me crazy is this little area right in here. Don't tell me. Oh my goodness. Oof, my back. That didn't work out again. And I'm probably gonna have to just wipe away all the work I just did over the past maybe 10 minutes. Okay, so that tells me, I'm going to blow dry this, but it tells me that maybe I need to focus on something else for a few minutes here. And maybe work on the highlights. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know, I should probably work on some highlights. I'm like, you know what, I'm going to finish this. One more little thing here. And the painting is like, yeah, no, you're not going to do that. I think you should work on highlights. Move on. I'm like, okay, painting. Okay, let's blow dry this. So, I think we want to, like in the original here, we see some of this same pink that's in the sky on his face. That's that cool pink. So I think let's glaze with a little bit of that. In fact, let's just take a bit of it. You know what, let's take it with some white. That might be a bit too much. So I'm just gonna wipe some of that off. Quite as opaque as I wanted, so now I'm just going back in. I took a little bit more, put a bit more white on there. Let's blow dry that. Let's do that again. I'll take a bit more white and just go a little bit faster. Okay, blow dry. Chases Trump's awesome, best president, him or Reagan. I don't know about best president. There's been some pretty incredible American presidents, and I don't know if Trump would be right. I mean, if you just think about like great things that presidents have done, you'd have to think probably Washington and Jefferson would probably rank higher just on an objective scale than Trump. I mean, really, at the end of the day, Trump didn't do a lot, right? And we could talk about all the Democratic presidents who also did very little. So I'm not saying. And of course, the argument would be, well, it's the Democrats have been just fighting him and preventing him from getting anything done. But that would be one of the faults of Trump, is that he's not really. I mean, for all the boasting of his ability to negotiate, he hasn't really done a very good job of trying to work with the opposition. I mean, it's not like we hear stories of him going door to door in Capitol Hill and trying to, get people on board to vote against their party, to vote with him, which is what, other great presidents in the past, like another Republican, Abraham Lincoln, did, right? Abraham Lincoln, I mean, there's a whole book written about it called Team of Rivals, where Lincoln literally invited the opposition parties to sit with him in his cabinet meetings. Because he didn't want to just be surrounded by yes men who told him that he was doing everything right. He wanted people to contradict him and work, and by doing that, work together to create something even better than. So, Trump hasn't done that, and that's a major weakness that I think even most Republicans would acknowledge, that his lack of kind of ability to gather bipartisan support. Like, I mean, he talks about, I mean, the Democrats are the enemy of the people. I mean, it's pretty, when you demonize your opponent like that, it makes it pretty hard for people to want to work with you. I mean, just think about it, if you work with somebody at work and you don't like them, you disagree, if they're going around telling everybody that you're, basically sent from hell, it's going to be hard to get that person to want to help you when you want to get something done, right? And so that's a major fault of Trump's that it's pretty hard to overlook. As I said, I try to be pretty as balanced as I can be. I mean, Trump thinks he's definitely one of the best presidents of all time. But by any measure, there's the argument for that, Chase, is that's a pretty difficult argument to make. I mean, I don't think we're going to be watching a movie 20 years from now or 100 years from now and be hearing people talking about how Trump was literally the greatest president. I mean, I don't think he would make it into the top 20 greatest presidents. I think there's 46 of them right now. And there has also been some very terrible presidents. I mean, So, okay, that's, I think, yeah, which one's my blending brush? Just gonna clean these off. Christine says, it's just disheartening seeing the working class really believing that Trump understands their struggles. My dad is a retired diesel mechanic and my mom worked for the phone company. They love him. Yes, but that seems to have always been the case. Often people vote Republican despite some of those politicians often being against those people's best interests. That's not particularly new. I'm just going to blow dry this here. Yeah, I've read a couple of these Trump books, like this Crippled America, and Trump Never Give Up, The Return, right? Particularly this Crippled America. This is, I think, I'm trying to remember, this is written right before his initial run. This Return is all about, this is not by him, by Dick Morris, who's definitely a pro-Trumper for sure. It's a politics of, what do they call it? A politics of aggrievement, of anger, frustration. And Trump has been able to really tap into that like people who are super frustrated and angry that no one's listening to them, no one's taking action on the things that really matter to them. It's just a bunch of elites somewhere in Washington who are making all the decisions, and they're just sitting back laughing while the rest of us kind of struggle. And that is like that's pretty persuasive, because clearly a lot of people believe that to be the case. And I don't think they're entirely wrong. Right? People, I think the Democratic Party is the same sort of thing. Been taking the, and I say that not just the Democratic Party in the United States, but here in the Liberal Party here in Canada, been taking certain people's votes for granted and being like, well, we don't even have to kind of, say anything to appeal to these people because we already know we've got their votes. Whether that be, like Democrats kind of just depending on like unions to vote for them. And that's pretty dangerous when you just start to assume some people are just always going to be by your side when you never really kind of there's a lot of Democrats who don't even bother campaigning in California because they're just like, we don't have to worry about this place at all. And I don't think that's a particularly healthy attitude, and it breeds a great deal of resentment. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more. I want to get as close to white here in a few places as I can. Okay. I think I need to move on to other parts of this face. I think we need to go darker. And then I got to start working on that hair ASAP. So she says, that painting is awesome. Thank you, my friend. Oops. I think I got more paint on this brush than I cleaned off. Did I just blow dry that or not? I think I need to blow dry that. Sometimes I forget. Okay, let's go back to our darker colors now. I would really like to get the darkest values nailed in here on the face. It's actually fairly subtle with those darker values, which gives the face like it's, you know, very bright. It's quite illuminated. I'm putting in a healthy heaping of glazing fluid just to help me do blending. Okay, I think I need to blow dry again here. I'm just kind of darkening a bit of the white of those eyes tad there. Michael, be careful. You're going to regret playing with those areas. So I think now it's time to put some famous orange onto this face here. So let's take our warm red, warm yellow. Kind of running out of space here. So it's my warm yellow and warm red. Let's see how. So the great thing with glazing is I can go right back over top of other colors, like particularly the darker color, and it's not obliterating it, it's just sort of complementing it. been a little bit overboard with this. Take a bit more warm red here. And then I'm going to move on to the hair, just putzing around. But I also just love doing this kind of stuff, so... Okay. I gotta move on from the face. I'm kind of fiddling around. It's okay. But also there's a lot of detail missing. This might also be those eyes being kind of empty like that. I often find until those things are in place, things can look a little bit odd. Yeah, let's jump to... I don't think I've done the Foreground Pass 3 yet, a title card. So what I want to do right now is I'm going to paint the hair. I think that's going to be really important because the hair is arguably the most iconic part of Trump's head, of his was the most recognizable and most obviously easily mocked part of his identity. So I think if we get that hair in, that's also going to go a long way to making this figure look recognizably like Donald Trump. So there's our original image, and there's where we're at right now. All right. So those browns, we got lots of different browns in here. We've got some of these lighter, almost greenish browns, actually similar color we were using earlier to try to add some definition into the face. I think we can use some of those greenish browns. We've got some warmer reddish browns in a few places, and then obviously some white and kind of blonde streaks throughout. So where should we start? I think it might be helpful once again to maybe to go to some of the darker areas of this hair first. So, let's see. Let's take our, make a bigger batch of this warm blue and warm red. That's going to give us a really dark purpley color. And since we don't really want purple, let's take some yellow, put that in there. That's just going to pull that purple a little bit closer to the... Oops, that might have been too much. So the more blue you add to a brown, the darker it's going to be. And that's pretty good. That's a very dark brown. It's almost a little bit purpley. So one thing we could do is just add more yellow and blue to it. Maybe I will put a bit more blue in there. A little bit more yellow. That's pretty good. Let's put some glazing fluid in here. So that's not nearly as dark as I was anticipating. So I'm going to take a bit of my black that I made right off the top. I'm going to put that right in here. let's start pushing the contrast a bit more. One reason why it doesn't appear quite as dark is because there's a substantial amount of glazing fluid in there. That's going to make the color more transparent. So. You can really see I could still go much darker here. Okay. Well, should I use this same brown and black? Those eyelids are a little bit dark, eh? Let's change the point of view here for a few minutes here. kind of looks like Jimmy Carter all of a sudden. That's a comparison I don't think either of those men would appreciate. Okay, I think I'm going to blow dry this. don't think I'll ever learn my lesson that I need to be blow drying as often as possible, and I just get impatient and I just think I can get away without doing it. And needless to say, the painting never agrees with me when I do that. Just like that. Are you kidding me? Brushes here. Christina says, I don't know how you're doing this without taking any breaks. I'd be cross-eyed by now. And cross-eyed and cussing by now. Yeah, I don't know. I like doing it all in one go. I find it really hard if I stop to get that momentum going again. Okay, let's blow dry that. It's close. I'm close to a likeness. Not as close as I'd like to be really right now. but we're getting there. Oddly enough, like if I look at it from this angle, it looks pretty good. Then I look at it straight on, or look at it and I'm like, ah. So it's hard to say what is working. I don't know. I think a big part of it is the hair. Obviously, those dark lines that I put on his eyelids are a little bit too bold. I don't know if he has really dark eyelids like that. Like, just let's, like he's kind of quite fair-haired. Like his eyelashes, let me see. Well, I don't know. Let's look up Donald Trump 1988. Even though this is from 89. Oh wow, look at that. So his eyebrows are really wild. Interesting. So we can really see how Cowan is, you know, made some decisions to to modify it, to say the least. Trump's. I didn't realize his eyebrows were so kind of wild. Man, he really looks like his son Baron, or Baron looks a lot like him. I was looking at some photographs earlier today, and I was like, wow, he looks like his Baron Trump looks a lot like his father. He also looks a lot like Trump's dad, or Baron's grandfather. Like, really, like, alarmingly so. Like, it's not alarmingly, just uncannily so, I should say. So it does look like Cowan made a decision to de-emphasize the eyebrows, kind of clean them up so they're not so wild. Because, you know, we look at these, they're just like out of control. Whereas, you know, here they're cleaned up a little bit. Whereas Cowan liked to say he looks very healthy. Okay, anyway, let's get back to this hair. And what do we want? I think we want some kind of blondish hair. I'm gonna just mix my warm yellow into some of this paint we've had here that we were using for some of the darker parts of the face. So it's kind of almost like a bit of a greenish, yellow. It's going to look fairly brown. Just put a little bit of glazing fluid. I don't want to put too much. I want this to be fairly opaque, but all this paint is kind of pretty sticky. Let's get these guys side by side here. Let's see, what is this right here? Like some kind of stray hairs or something? That's... I wish I had a higher resolution image, because that's pretty confusing. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at right there. Let's go to a different view we haven't used really. I feel like I can be reasonably satisfied with the forehead enough to put some stray hairs and stuff over top. Let's look again at some of Trump's hair here. Okay. Let's, what should we do next here? I guess let's take this same color. I'm going to put a bunch of white. Take that color. Now whenever we put, white into the hair, we have to be really careful because obviously you could start making it look like somebody's got gray hair as opposed to just highlights in the hair. In fact, you know what? Maybe I should probably just blow dry this real quick. Oops. You know what? I mixed this color, but before I use it, I'm going to put the same color I just was using on his eyebrows. And I want to do that now rather than like, oh, I'll do it later so I don't forget. But also while I've got this paint nice and fresh on my palette, or relatively fresh, because obviously it's important for the hair to match. Otherwise, it's going to look kind of strange. That's great. That actually works really well because it just sort of lightens some of those eyebrows up. All right, they become much more subtle. Just doing a little test here to see if I kind of paint over those dark eyelids with that same yellow, like as if sort of just giving him a little bit of blonde eyelashes. That's okay. It's a slippery slope before that starts looking like he's got gray eyelashes or okay, maybe I need to be a bit further out like that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the hair now. You know what? I'm gonna blow dry that. Okay. So let's take... this kind of blonde color I mixed. Or it's very kind of whitish blonde. So kind of expand the left side of his head into the sunlight here. to a few more. I should probably blow dry that. Okay, let's come back to this side of the face here. Not sure I like... Even though that's what it looks like in the original, it doesn't seem to work on mine, so I'm just going to remove those. I need to go darker and lighter. Which way should we go? Let's we should probably go maybe darker in the hair first so that we can put the highlights on top. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to come back to his eyebrows and darken those down again a little bit. Okay. So that's my dark brown. Let's go back into our basically black. The hair kind of, he's got the hair kind of curling up like that, whereas mine just kind of sweeps across. Ah, darn. I think I'm just gonna go with what I've got here. I don't know if I'm. Not many people watching now. It's probably just my mom on 2 different devices. Probably. Okay, let's amp up. Go to some more. White. I'm gonna get even more intense highlights. Oops. So it's almost white, not totally white. Probably white enough. Actually, you know what? I should probably blow dry that before I do. Okay, let's start up top here. been very talkative recently. I tend to kind of slow down, get a little bit less verbal as the painting goes on. But let's see, let's put... There's Sankeet in the chat. Hey, Sankeet. Hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Keeping busy, staying out of trouble. I think we need to move to a new tab. Okay, moving right along. I think there's definitely more stuff I would like to do on the face, but I need to get the clothing sorted out here. So let's get the collar and the sweater and that in place. And I think once that's in, then we'll be in the finishing touches phase. So we're getting closer than we've been in a while. Okay. So let's just zoom out. And also do the same here. Yeah, definitely needs to darken that, some highlights on that ear and darken the ear. Little things like that, but let's do the collar here. Now I was just using a white, but that white, it's got a little bit of a brown in it. I think I'm still going to use it, but I'm going to use it for this area down here for the sweater. And then I'm going to use like a really clean white for the rest of it. Christine says it's Buck Rogers. Okay. Buck Rogers, really? I'm afraid I'm not... I mean, I've heard of the term Buck, or the character Buck Rogers, but I think he's a little bit before my time. So who was it? Must be an actor who played Buck Rogers, unless you're referring to the comic book. But there is something, obviously, this painting was deliberately made to be kind of heroic, right? That's kind of what their Cowan was going for. Just realized I was on mute the whole. I don't think I was saying much. I was just saying that this does. It's certainly now more than ever, just with that extra white, looks sort of like an astronaut costume. With that yellow, it sort of looks like, yeah, definitely like a heroic portrait of some sort of spaceman or something. You're a champ, Christina. Christina says, it's also after midnight, so I'm probably getting a little delirious. I'm trying to hold out until you finish. Well, I mean, I'm going as fast as I can, but I would not be offended if you fell asleep or if you had to tap out here pretty soon, because I still think I got about another hour to go. Hopefully less, but anytime I predict I'll be 10 minutes, then I'm like 3 hours later. What? How did? So I'm not gonna make any predictions as to how long I'll be working away here. Now, not a lot of room for white. No. Okay. Let's just be gentle. Drop the paintbrush in the middle of a painting. We're just going to be calm about it. Okay. Yikes. The worst things is sometimes I've been painting and I don't even realize I've done something like that and dripped paint, let's say right in the middle of the composition, until like hours later after it's totally dried in, and at that point it's much harder to repair. So as upsetting as it can be to drop a paintbrush in the middle of a painting, I'm also grateful to be aware that I've just done it, so that I can attend to the issue immediately. It's one of those things also, like when when I teach in person, sometimes I'll come around and I'll see somebody doing something. I'm like, oh, you got a little bit of paint there, and like, oh, okay. And they just keep painting away. I'm like, if you want to fix it, unless you want that to stay there, like, you've got about another 20 seconds to take care of that. I'm like, oh, really? Like, yeah, it's kind of a little bit of an urgent task. You may want to get onto it. Oh, stretching those legs. You get a little bit cranky after painting for so long. You know what? Let's blow dry that actually. Let's get a bit of a gray going on here. I'm just going to use this ugly white, had a bit of brown in there. Let's see, let's take some of this black. This will take a bit more white here. Put a bit of glazing fluid in there just to keep it as viscous as possible. There's Chris says, wow, that looks so amazing. Thank you so much for your tutorials. Thank you, Chris, for tuning in and saying hello. I appreciate it. Very cool. Okay. See, the thing is, this is a sweater, and this is a shirt collar under here. So it is kind of important that the shirt collar looks different than the sweater. So I think I'm going to mix a bit of brown into the sweater here. Otherwise, it's going to look like he's got like a white dress shirt with some sort of like metal around, like, you know, a ribbon around his neck, which, you know, that could be fine, but, you know, without the context of the larger painting, that it would just look kind of strange, right? So, and I'm not above making something look a little bit strange, but I think in this instance, I don't think it would make much sense. It would be just sort of like, what? What? Like I've said before, you may have heard me say things like, I think part of the role of an artist is to kind of clarify things, or at least when it comes to one's own artwork. You know, the most frustrating thing can be if you've made a painting and you show it to people and they're like, oh, that's great. What a beautiful painting of a horse. And you're like, it's a dog. I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, we all know about that dog-horse breed. And you're like, oh, it doesn't look like a dog, does it? Oh, no. Right? Generally, that is not the kind of outcome we're looking for after we've spent hours making a painting, right? We want something to be relatively I don't want to say obvious, because that's not necessarily the opposite. Or synonymous with clarity. I'm just thinking about, you know, I teach tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning at the university. I'm wondering if I'll run in. I'm probably sure I'll run into a couple colleagues who'll be like, Why were you making a painting of Donald Trump? Kind of an odd choice, don't you think? And as I said, if you think wherever you live or work is super liberal, oh, art school is one of the most. And that's not. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying that I sometimes will tell my students, like, just be careful about things that you can do and say here are totally acceptable, but just be careful saying and doing the same thing on the subway or something, or in other contexts, because not everyone shares the same points of view that are dominant in an art school about all sorts of different topics. Okay. Christina has a little bunch of laughs. That looks good. I'm gonna darken a little bit more in a few places, so let's just blow dry that. I just realized my microphone was off while I was being silly. I don't think you missed anything. Okay, let's get a little bit more black on the brush. I'm just gonna... Okay, I should blow dry that just so I can get a little bit more accuracy here. Okay, I got a button down here somewhere, right? I'm going to put that, let that sit there and dry for a few moments. Clean some brushes quickly. Let's do the sweater. So again, I'm gonna, let's see. So yeah, that sweater, when we zoom out, it's almost got a bit of a yellowish quality. Now, does that work for this composition? We got a lot of yellow already. Yeah, let's just see if I could use any of my existing colors here. Come on, cool yellow. What about this cool yellow here that I haven't used in a long time? Am I going to use that elsewhere? No, let's... let's see if I can wake that back up. Oops. I'm just going to spread that all the way across there. That kind of works pretty well, actually. I was planning on mixing a gray with that color. But you know, if I look back out, that might be enough. Kind of like how that looks, actually. Well, let's see how it, when we get the rest of the collar in here, or not the collar, the, what would you call it? Well, the collar of the sweater, I guess, the V-neck. Yeah, kind of like, I mean, it looks, I really like how it looks on camera. It's pretty subtle here in person, but it just had to be different than the collar. And I think as long as the collar of the dress shirt is different than the sweater, then I think that's all we need. So I'll just sort of show, you know, what I'm talking about. So that, yeah, I think that's fine. So let's put these side by side, and let's zoom into the, so we want a warm red, and that's almost kind of a coolish green happening here too. I'm just gonna, well, let's just see, let's take our warm red. I guess this is definitely muted a bit. Yeah, that might be a bit too much if I just put that there. So let's take a little bit of warm blue. This is just going to give it a bit more of a, oops, a little bit darker quality, more crimson kind of thing. So I'll let that dry and put another coat over top of it. See, it's, you know what, I'm going to get up a little bit closer to the edge of that collar. Ah. Okay, let's let that dry. Okay. know what, I'm just going to blow dry that right now. That way I can paint a second coat over top of it while I've got the paint still wet. Just going to remix a little bit of this paint because it kind of ran out. Might even do a quick little third coat here, just to give a nice level of opacity. Let's just quickly blow dry that again. Ah. Hi, Jeannie, or Jean, says, Michael, how do you clean your palette, or is it disposable? I clean my palette with just water in the sink. I let it usually soak for about an hour before I try to clean it. Oddly enough, if I leave it like overnight or a few days, it's actually hard. Even if it's sitting there soaking in water, it's actually harder to clean than if I clean it relatively soon after I finish painting. So I just I'm kind of lucky enough. I've got a sink here that I can use for that I can get really messy in there. But when I moved to my new place, I'm going to just be using my kitchen sink. So what I'll do is I'll just have like a little Tupperware bin, put the palette in there, let it soak into some hot water. And also, first of all, too, at the end of every episode, if I haven't, I rarely mention it, but this is what I do with all my excess paint. This is a J. DeFeo painting we made, well, 2021, right? So you can see how long ago we've been, and so at the end of every painting now, I just scoop up the extra paint and just blop it on here. And so we got this beautiful, look at the level of texture on here. And so that also helps too. When there's the less paint there's on the palette, the easier the water can soak in and start to dissolve the paint. And so then I just clean it off, and then, you know, ideally what I would do would be to strain the paint out of the water so that less water goes down the sink into the ocean. Yeah, that's the secret. So let's get this green in here. This green. Let's take our, I'm pretty sure this is a cool blue, cool yellow kind of thing. Ooh, look at these colors. They are sticky. They've been sitting here for hours unused. Pretty goopy. Now I could darken this, but it's going to get pretty dark when I paint it on this yellow anyway. So I'm going to start with this fairly bright saturated green, and let's just see what happens. I'm going to probably do a couple of layers anyway. That's still too intense. Okay. Let's see. Can I take some of this brown? Maybe let's mix this brown into here. That paint is pretty thick and goopy. It is like toothpaste. It's, you know, on the it's been drying out overnight. It is not happy that I want to use it. It's like, oh, just leave us. We were almost dried into a happy blob. Now you try to separate us for your own uses. So obviously this does still need to get darker, but it won't hurt to lay down a little bit of this lighter green now. And then put a darker one over top of it. Now, I'm generally an advocate of just use it. Just instead of fiddling around for hours and hours trying to quote unquote get the right color before you paint, just start painting. And we'll fix it later. Sometimes I think it's even better to have, because then you have the possibility of maybe a little bit of different colors squeaking out the edges, And that just adds a little bit of extra complexity and nuance, as opposed to just a big old solid color. Like exactly what I did here with the sweater, right? Rather than trying to worry about getting that right, you know, let's just kind of lay a color in while I'm painting the collar. And at least up until this moment, it seems like that's paying off. But you never know. And I guess I feel that way because just when I teach, sometimes I see people just wasting so much time mixing colors and trying to get it perfect. It's like, why? I mean, I understand from a beginner's point of view. It really, it's not very efficient at all. So, okay, let's blow dry this. You know, it's got a little bit of a Christmassy vibe, so we want to darken that down a little bit more. I must have set a record today for the amount of times I've dropped my paintbrush on my painting. I don't know what it is. There's been whole months that have gone by without me doing that, and tonight I just can't seem to stop myself. Okay, I'm taking my warm blue, mixing it into this green. Definitely working well. The one thing I just want to be careful is it could start to look a little bit gray. I think that's probably good enough. And sorry, the reason why it might look a little bit gray is just at this level of concentration, or the concentration of these paints, it could look black, and there might be a little bit of white in here from just the dirty palette. Not that there's anything wrong with gray, but I kind of like these colors to be relatively saturated. I think that's important. Despite how dark they are, they can still be relatively saturated. I think I need to blow dry that. I might do even just one more quick coat. Little highlight there on that shoulder. Same sort of thing. Let's do that with this green. Ah. My rag is getting pretty dirty. Better centered there. Where should we put like a opposing color here? I think we need. So close. So close to being able to move on. Okay. Okay, let's go to wrap this up here soon. So we're almost at the very end of the painting. In fact, maybe I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. Okay, we're almost done. There's just a few little things that I want to take care of before we wrap up. So let's just take a look at these two side by side. Man, there's all sorts of little things I want to take care of. I think one thing I want to do is work on that ear a little bit, give a little bit of a highlight and a little bit more shadow there. So let's take, well, in fact, we could take a bit of red, a bit of white, maybe even more white. Looks a little better. Oh, there's this. Almost a little sparkle on his bottom eyelid there. sure what these little highlights on his forehead are supposed to be. They kind of work, so I think it makes sense to incorporate them, I guess. Ah. That's strange. It kind of looks, it's like a little highlight on the eyelash or something. It's interesting that Cowan decided to put that there. I think I'm going to come back and just go a little bit more on this ear here. tempted to do a little bit more darkening around the nose. What do you think? Does anybody have any last minute opinions about the top corners? Should I do anything there or just let that be? So let's see, we got our really dark brown here. Almost a bit too dark. Let's take our warm blue. Let's mix it right in here. This is all dry. Barbara says, there's nothing like waking up and finding you're still painting. Hooray! Well, that's great. I'm glad to see you on the other side of the dream world. Just finishing touches here, so we should be wrapping up soonish. You know, I should probably blow dry this because there's wet paint everywhere. I can't remember what's wet, what's not. guys are funny. One of my favorite things about doing these episodes about all of this is just the community that we have, and the humor and the goodwill, and I mean, it really has been like life-changing to have so many great people like yourselves come into my life. Truly blessed. I really appreciate it. Actually, I should probably blow dry that before I do. What's it gonna do? This here. Do this, bring in some more darkness into the ear. I'm gonna blow dry that real quick. Barbara's talking, looking back through the chat, Buck Rogers, LOL, I wish I'd seen that stage. I think that was before I painted the stripes, the green and red on the collar, I think. Or at least very close to that moment there. feel like I gotta look at Trump's ear here and see. I guess I do have some. Just wanted to look at the actual shape of his earlobe. If, you know, some people, their earlobes curl up, and some people, they just go straight across. So. Okay, yes. Underneath the collar here, we need a little bit of a darker gray. Barbara says, Donald Trump, quote, I have the best earlobes. I'm a very handsome man. I make my earlobes great. I make my earlobes great again. Well, never say never. You know, there could be. There's still time left in this campaign for there to be a. For that to become a real thing. Okay, let's blow dry that and just do that a little bit more there. Every time I get a little impatient, I think I can get away with something. Painting always lets me know that that's not gonna happen. Look at, why am I still painting this and I should be blow drying it? Okay, I think I see more and more things that I can do, but I think that should be enough for me. Barbara's having the first cup of tea of the day. I love it. I'm just about on my last few sips of tea until I have my chamomile tea. That's part of my bedtime routine. Making blackberry and apple cake today. Barbara, can I come over? Oh my goodness, that sounds delicious. Okay, I think we have done it. I think we've gone as far as we can go, or really, I mean, we could continue for a long time, but I think what's done is sufficiently done. So let's take a quick look at these two paintings side by side and think about, compare how they've done. If you liked what you've seen and you want to support the channel, it's easy as just hitting the like button, the subscribe button if you wish to see more of this kind of stuff. Notification bell if you want to next time you log into YouTube, get a little thing saying of future videos coming up. There's going to be some, next week we're painting Van Gogh's Sunflowers, and then in celebration of Canadian Culture Days, we're doing 3 episodes focusing on important Canadian artists, and so stay tuned for those. All of those thumbnails have also been posted, so you can click on them so you can get notified of when those are coming close to being live, blah blah blah. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, $20 or something, to help keep the lights on and the internet flowing, you can use the QR code here or enter in this email address, and that will take you to a site that looks like this, where you can safely and securely make a donation. Thank you to all of, everything that you see here is done through support of people like yourself. I'm not sponsored by any company, don't get any free supplies at all, and I do that so that we can ensure that there's no bias, and I'm not promoting anything and making you buy any junk that you don't need. Other ways to support, you can send an e-transfer, or send a check or money order or anything in the mail. If you want my email address, it's on the website and Facebook group. All those links are down there below. You can also donate via Super Chat, although YouTube takes a sizable donation. And I do want to make a quick little shout out to the Facebook group. Whether you made today's painting of Donald Trump, last week's painting of Kamala Harris, or anything else you've been working on, including the drawing classes I taught 4 years ago, I still give people feedback on those episodes if you want. And so if you click on that QR code or enter that email address, it'll look something similar to this. So, having said all that, Barbara's going to save me a slice of blackberry and apple cake. Okay. So here's the original painting. And then there's my version of it, and side by side. And let's take a quick moment to look at them on the big screen together. Interesting. They are different for sure. I think I've managed to get a likeness of Donald Trump. I mean, I would even say that the image on the left is, it looks like Donald Trump, but he looks maybe a little bit more handsome than he does or did at that particular time of his life. His nose looks a little bit more pointed and narrow, and his eyebrows, as we talked about a few times, are in reality were quite unkempt at the time. And here he's sort of just been cleaned up a little bit. So in mine, so what are some kind of major differences? Oh, I just noticed, the collar, that could have been a bit of a stronger shadow there. I'm not going to go and change that. I think it's going to be fine. But just something to kind of track. You know, it's coming up with the highlight on the cheek and knowing where the kind of the cheekbone and all that is pretty tricky. And as I look at it now, I feel like, you know, some of that white I put on at the very end might have been a bit too much. It's okay. Possibly even that light that's on the bridge of the nose might be a little bit too bright. And it would have, you know, if there's light like that, I would almost imagine there'd be a little bit of spot on that part of the nose. But overall, I'm pretty happy with that. So why don't let's do a quick little zoom in and look at these side by side. Obviously, the original there is fairly low resolution. So let's maybe, where should we start? We go kind of bottom left corner there and just look at the collar of the sweater and the dress shirt. You know, I just interpreted that as some sort of button, like from the top button of the collar. So I don't know if that's actually there, but I've decided to kind of put that in. It might be a little bit too bold. It might maybe going, that's pretty dark, and it really stands out. Whereas in the original, it's almost invisible. You would be you wouldn't be remiss. Would it? Is that how you wouldn't? You would be remiss if you didn't notice it or think there was anything there. I'd feel like if there's the collar's open, obviously there's going to be a button there. The greens and reds, I think we did a pretty good job of capturing those. You know, and as I said, the sweater, I made a point to make it distinct from the collar, because even though in the image we see there on the left, it looks, you know, basically white, you know, when we zoom back out, we can see that it is got a bit more of a yellow, and so we're just looking at this little sliver here, not the entire rest of the painting. So, but I think that works. It does make it look more sweatery. Obviously, I could have maybe put some texture in there to differentiate it, like some kind of, you know, the weave or something. Let's just look at the bottom right of the painting now. Same sort of thing. I did contemplate maybe even darkening this a little bit more, considering the light is sort of coming from the left, so this should be a little bit darker. But I just sort of was like, you know, let's pretend it does. Let's just let's pretend that that's not, nobody's going to notice that, and I think it's fine. I mean, yeah, it could be a tad bit darker, but it's fine. So let's just start now looking at the sky in the background. You know, I was putzing around here on the sky and started to spend maybe more time than I wanted, and I started going in with some darker purpley colors, and then I kind of started to overdo it and just left it in this quite intense pink, peachy color. So it is a little bit ambiguous as to what's going on there. Same sort of thing when we go here. It's, you know, it even in the left, it still looks kind of skyish, cloudy. In mine, you know, I don't know, this could be in a living room or something. It's a little bit, you know, standing against a peach wall or something. You know, now when I see these side by side, look at how different those colors look. It didn't seem to be like that earlier on, at least as far as I'm concerned. But this area was something I was not happy with and contemplating going back in. It just looks kind of, I made a comparison. It kind of looked as if there's too much foundation on someone's face when they're applying makeup. And it looks kind of, in person, like a little chalky. On camera, not so bad. It just looks a little dirty or something there, and I wish it didn't. Also, I guess if we're looking at the top here, you can see in the original, that kind of highlight is just kind of, it's just the top of his hair that's being illuminated. I don't know what I was thinking when I started painting this, and I kind of did this like halo effect around his head. I mean, it's okay. It's not a disaster, but it does, you know, it is a little strange. I mean, or maybe conceptually it fits. Maybe it looks, because there is a kind of divine quality to the way this painting is painted. It makes him look like he's like some kind of Superman striding over the landscape, and so here, you know, maybe that complements it. I don't know. Same sort of thing. I guess on camera it's not so bad. In person, that just looks. It looks like I got it dirty and just tried to. Or my daughter spilt coffee or something on it and tried to wipe it away, and it looks like it's been. Yeah, on camera not so bad. In person, it's going to be something that irks me, maybe. But we'll see. Maybe in a few months I won't even notice, think about it. Let's just kind of continue on this side here while we're doing the background. Same sort of thing. Like, that actually isn't so bad in person, but on camera it's like, what is this weird little thing happening here? I think it's just the texture as it hits it. So all in all, background, not so happy with. Let's, I guess while we're right there, let's look at this side of the face there and the hair. You know, one of the things, the brilliant things with the way Cowan painted is he's able to, kind of like a lot of great artists in the past, like particularly kind of British romantic painters, were able to paint hair very quickly with just a few brushstrokes and make it look like hair. That's still something I've got to learn, quite frankly. Whereas mine, I've articulated a lot more of the hair with some actual lines, and I think his looks better. Having said that, his is the image we painted from is definitely blurry, and so it's hard to really discern the details. Maybe there is more detail in the hair than we see on screen at the moment. You know, a thing that I didn't even really notice until later on is that in the original painting, it looks like that hair is kind of coming right up here on top. And so that's why we have some of those flicks of light up here, whereas mine, I kind of have the hair just going straight across, and then this bit of the hair kind of just tucking in under. It's not a big deal, but it's different, right? I think probably Donald Trump has his hair kind of like both at different times in his life, and so not a big deal. On that side, I think that's fine. I might have overdid it with some of that dark, that black there on the left, or on the right. I guess his left side of his face, but on the right side of the painting. And then so we'll come back here to looking at the face itself. You know, interestingly enough, in my painting, I feel like he looks a little bit older, and that's not really because of the white in the hair. There's white in his hair, but I think I've made his nose a little bit bigger, his lips a little bit bigger, his eyes look a little bit bigger, and they're a little bit more tired looking. I've defined his eyebrows a little bit more. Potentially, he looks a little bit heavier in his jaw and his chin here than in the original. In the original, he looks quite youthful, and like if you were to tell me this was him at age 22 or something, I would say, yeah, that makes sense. Whereas mine, I would say it's, you know, he looks not a day under 40 or so, I would say. So again, that's why Trump paid Ralph Wolfe Cowan, maybe, I don't know, 50,000 or so, or more or less. We don't really know how much he paid for this painting. But I would definitely say that Cowan's portrait makes Trump look like very healthy and youthful, which were the primary goal, or at least healthy was the primary goal of Cowan. I'm not so sure about youthful, but and also he wanted the people he painted to look happy. I think he does look kind of happy. He looks like he could almost break into a smile on the painting on the left. Whereas mine, he looks a little bit, I wouldn't say grumpy, just maybe just not as happy. Just resting face, I suppose. Something, for whatever reason, when I was trying to glaze in this area, and I could still do this, I wanted that kind of this shadow to carry forward, but for whatever reason, whenever I applied paint there, it didn't really take, and I kept getting little pockets forming here where I was wiping the glaze away. So I kind of made the decision to just leave it. I don't think it's a problem. I don't know why that was happening. It could just be that the paint was, I just kept trying to paint on it while it was still hot or a little bit wet, and the paint just was not agreeing with me. It's also possible that maybe there was a little bit of oil from my fingers or something there, and it was resisting paint. I think that's unlikely, but, you know, I'm looking for any excuse to blame the paint and the painting as opposed to taking responsibility for this. You know, as I look at it more, especially on camera, I see almost this S shape coming down. I guess you can kind of see that on the original. But there's certainly a greater degree of subtlety, like especially that hard edge there. Oh, I noticed I probably should have put a little shadow under that ear. You know what? I'm still just gonna walk away. I think it's good enough. That yellow and peach color definitely there's a fiery quality to that the original does not have. The original has a pretty, you know, it looks like there's a dark sky where there's this burst of light coming through the clouds, whereas mine looks like he's you know, in the inferno or something, he's burning down the swamp. I'm sure other people could have other interpretations as to why he's surrounded by flames in my painting, but I'll leave that to the viewer's imagination. Okay. So, I love some of these comments. Barbara saying, "Thanks, Michael, for another fabulous painting. This one's not on my bucket list, but still a great learning experience. Sunflower Week is more my thing." Jean says, "Trump would love the halo." Barbara, "Congratulations to Ralph Wolfe Cowan for actually getting paid by Trump." That has been an issue for sure. But, you know, I'm glad we were able to get through this painting with, at least in the chat, not any explosive arguments. And I think, first of all, that says something about the audience for this channel, which seems to be relatively level-headed, which I'm grateful for. But also, I would hope would be, in the spirit of reconciliation, people attempting to be as kind to one another as possible. And I know some people will say Donald Trump could learn a little bit of that himself. But, you know, I firmly believe that if we want to make change in the world, we have to be that change. And if we want to live in a more civil society, we want to get along, we want to have less intense and almost violent discussions about politics and culture, then I think we need to set an example for one another. And being a father of a young daughter, that's a big part of why I'm doing what we're doing right today, is trying to set an example that even though we may disagree about certain things, we can still get along, we can still be friends, and that's my main hope going forward, is that despite how contentious this election coming up will be, and there's the debate tomorrow night, that at the end of the day, we can still sit down for dinner, we can still go to work and sit beside one another on the bus without coming to blows. and at this moment in history, that seems like a bit of a tall order, but that's my hope. And I think the more people are making art and expressing themselves through art, the less likely we are to come to those kind of explosive arguments. I feel like even just making both of these paintings of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I feel like my own level of intensity has come way down. And I'll see how long that will last. But just a little bit of walking in someone else's shoes, trying to understand other people, I think is really, really important. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys next week when we do something completely different. Turn away from politics altogether and talk about Vincent van Gogh and his famous sunflowers, of which he did many copies. We're going to do 2 of them over the next month, but we're going to start with arguably the most famous one. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. Thank you to everyone who kept me company in the chat. I look forward to seeing you guys again next week. Take care. Good night, everybody. We did it.